Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, and that means it's time for more of this game that I'm playing. That is to say, it's time for more Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Coincidentally, I figured out that the camera, it defaults to this nice angle if and only if you're hanging off a thing. So that's why I hung Banjo off this thing while I was starting soon. Isn't that convenient? Well, it only works in certain directions apparently. This angle, no good at all. Ooh. How y'all doing? I'll say it's been a nice week. I had a nice weekend since Friday, and since Friday's stream, and suffice to say, I'm now ready to get back into it and do some more nuts and bolts. You can see here that it started off where we left it. That's the advantage of like Xbox's thing that allows multiple games to stay open at once. That is convenience. Means that I didn't get to run around. Also means that if that were to respawn, if anything were to like move back where it started, it couldn't have done between streams. So yeah. To recap, what happened last time? Started the game last time. Went around, did the first two worlds up to their boss fights, and then went over to Banjo-Land and did a bit of that. Unlocked a Jiggoseum. So those two worlds are basically what we have to focus on right now. Jiggoseum and Banjo-Land. I didn't mention this in the starting soon text, but I'm thinking let's go to Jiggoseum. Let's start with Jiggoseum, considering that we just unlocked it, and also that it's all new. We haven't looked at it yet, and I think it'd be fun to poke the old head in and do like some jiggy quests and stuff. At some point, we'll get new stuff, and at that point, we'll do some more exploration of this here overworld, and we'll get some more things. Let's just get to it. I'm gonna just drive right to Jiggoseum, and then we'll just dive in. The cops are after us. They seem to be knocking themselves over. That's all fine. Here's the first world. We have access to it. Jiggoseum, let's go. Let's do its whole introduction here of what the Jiggoseum is. It's called Jiggoseum, right? Yes. Hope I spelt that right in the starting soon and the title of the stream and such. Let's see. I don't really get what this what sitcom this is supposed to be. Don't recognize if this is a reference to something. It's is entirely lost on me. But long story short, if you can't tell what this world is, it's sort of a coliseum in which wacky vehicle-based events are done. Wacky vehicle-based events. And we're going to drive around and partake in some of them. I think that actually, this will be an interesting world. This will be a fun world because, yeah, there's like a bunch of weird events here, which means that we'll have some, hey, thank you for the follow, Kid Summer? Is that what that says? Trying to read it off my preview monitor, bit strong. Thank you for the follow. Bunch of of wacky little events, which I think will be nice considering how many races the other worlds have had so far. This will be like mostly oddball stuff, and we'll start to get some weird challenges that really require us to flex our vehicle creating muscles. Like, let's see what this guy's got for us. Surely it's not a race. Oh, I think it's a race. I saw fast blokes. Well, some of them are gonna be races. Oh, wait. No. This isn't a race. This is knocking down shit. Okay. Absolutely not a race. This is more like sumo. Now, last time we made a vehicle that was big and tall and really unwieldy in a funny way. The tall boy. I reckon we should redesign this a bit. Let's modify just a bit. I'm just gonna go heavy here. Oh wow, we have heavy blocks now. Okay, so this is made of light blocks, if that tells you anything. Let's have some heavy arms that just sort of go out from here. How many out was that? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do like 2. Those guys weren't that tall. We'll do like 2 layers of that. And we need power if we're to push. This maybe was earlier before we had so many engines. So let's go ahead and just plop on all these engines, and that should help us out. Wait, that's weird. Get like this, yes. Okay. Let's see if this monstrosity of a vehicle does the job. And we'll call it the Tall Boy Pincer. Sure, whatever. I don't really feel like wait, I got to get up there! Oh no! This is not built to go up. No. Or in a straight line. Or for more than like Ooh. I'm really front heavy now. Oh no. Back to the drawing board here. We need here's my thought. We have balloons? No, we don't. Don't have balloons. So I can't just... And propellers... I could have propellers. That would be awkward. Propellers are gonna be weird because... Can I add them, like, as this and then do I have, like, detaching things yet? I do have detachers. Let's do this as a detachable dealie. We're gonna do is like this and this, and give me some light cubes here, and also let's get some heavies back on these wheels. I'm gonna give this car some haunches. Or balance it off a bit. I'm not gonna make it less tall yet. Let's hold off on that sort of change for like 1 minute. But I might give it really big wheels. I have these monster wheels that I haven't used yet. Like I could easily just ooh, yeah. 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 Go like that. Yeah. That looks pretty good. Look at that shit. Okay, give me some, more heavy cues back here. We gotta bulk this boy up. Need some haunches. And, haunches mean is like, block all the way around. Alright. And just a little more on this end, and, one down as well. Okay. I don't see why this one wouldn't work. This is a new and improved version of the pincer. Let's see it, Surely this'll work. Is this even gonna get off the ground? Look at that, it's airborne. Are we gonna run out of fuel? I didn't pack that much fuel on this. It's capable of flight, very briefly. Alright, well, I'm knocking them over, but I have to do better than that. I gotta knock them out. And also, not fall off in the process. That's not good. The gas was our biggest problem there. Let's see. If I restart challenge, will it just start from the start? Yes, okay, so I need to quit to redesign a little bit. I think one more iteration and we'll have it. Just add some gas onto this boy. Do we have more fuel? We do. Absolutely. Absolutely have more fuel. Including 2 mediums. Must have been designed before we had these things. Else, we would have had these on there by now, yes. Put that there, and let's go. We don't need to save, let's just start. Oh yeah, that's way more gasoline. Also, we seem to have found a good way to like slowly drift forward. That's fantastic. We really need like a boot to kick these guys off the platform. A boot would be lovely, rather than just having to slowly nose them out. And also get so close to the fucking edge. We have to edge to This edge is dangerous. Oh, maybe also just driving around is perfectly fine. Slopes are a real problem. Honest question here. Would it be faster to just get out and do like this? It might be right now. That is a sad thing to say for our pushing machine. We just have 4 left. How about we just cheese it this time? We'll just get them close to the edge with our vehicle, and then we'll get them the rest of the way on foot. Honestly, I think that might be faster than the ways that I've been trying. Let's do that. And also, I'll say, I do have kind of a fuck ton of cards tonight that I will be running through whenever there's a moment. This kind of seems like a moment. Let me show you what I mean. Here's one such card. Y'all watch any SGDQ? SGDQ ended over the weekend. I watched a good amount of it. Oh yeah, that's what we need. I watched a good amount of the final day of SDDQ. I also have spent a little time, like in the last day or two, finding some of the runs that I didn't see throughout the week, and enjoying them well enough. I think though the highlight for me has to be the Super Mario Maker 2 troll race. As always with these events, they did a fantastic job, made some amazing levels that, you know, like, hey, I do viewer levels, Mario Maker 2, fucking on a weekly basis, and they showed me shit I haven't seen before. Me. And it was amazing. Incredible levels, really love to see them. And I think that anyone who likes Mario Maker would be well served going and looking up that race if you didn't see it live, because it was fucking good. Honestly, every year's Mario Maker event, if you haven't seen any GDQ, would be worth a look. Been watching other stuff. Like, I just watched the Outer Wilds run. That's really great. There we go, yeah, through. Just watched the Outer Wilds run that they had. Watched a little bit of the Hollow Knight, because I just got into Hollow Knight, so I was kind of curious what the speedrun looks like. And it's, you know, long and kind of just, you know, they go to the areas fast and efficiently and waste enemies in so little time. It turns out, apparently, that in Hollow Knight, the fireball is really strong, or you can make it really strong. And I perhaps have underestimated that myself. Why are we this vehicle? Let's be the basic flying that I have. A basic one with non-retractable wings. It was a damn good event, I think. Kind of a good event. You know what? I shouldn't just say things without thinking. Honestly, I feel like I've kind of been liking GDQs less and less, like watching fewer and fewer runs as the years go on. And if I were to reach for a bucket list of highlights, I'd probably say something to the effect of like, well, there were a few games that were new that I really enjoyed seeing conceptually, but I'll honestly say, like, I don't know that Celeste 64 really held my attention. it was just nice to see it since it's a new game. You know, if I were to say any highlights, it'd be like, well, that Outer Wilds run was pretty good. Super Mario Maker 2, obviously, and maybe the Yoshi's All Melons run. Maybe Yoshi's All Melons. Let's see if we can get to the Jiggy with just one wing. Might be difficult. Or it might be very easy. Flying with one wing is awkward. But is it technically, like, harder? Can you just have one wing? Does that work, like, as a valid configuration of a plane in real life? Honest question, not sure. How many wings does a plane need, actually? It's probably just very unstable. Even also in real life, probably very unstable. Without a second wing to balance it out. They used to have planes that had, like, 4 wings, so, you know, go figure how many are really necessary there. I don't know. This will be like a long jump. Let's run back. Perfectly good events. I'm still watching VODs of that, so, you know, maybe I'll find another run that I was really into, and it sounds like there was one where a dog played a game, and that's pretty cool. I don't know. I'm sure there was a pretty good... The blindfold run, I'm sure, was really good. And, you know, I should probably go and check out the Zelda runs that were at the event, because I do like a Zelda run. Just, as a rule, Zelda has very good speed runs. So this is a long jump. I'm guessing that we get a set vehicle here. So, let's see. What? Oh, upon leaving the ramp, you'll lose control, so... Okay. Why not just a flying vehicle, then? I'm gonna choose this vehicle that has wings. I reckon it'll jump very far. Yeah, that wasn't great. That wasn't as good as I thought it would be. Didn't do as well as I thought it would. Let me try one more time with the wings. Maybe the wings are like breaking my speed rather than like drifting. And let me just we'll quit the challenge there. We'll go back and we'll let me just go into the workshop here, see if we have any more power to give this. Ooh, we do. Get rid of the wings. Put on. We don't need that much fuel. We're just going to be going for a quick burn. So let's, whoops. Take off the fuel tanks. Take off a few fuel tanks, put in some, a standard seat. And... I reckon the propellers will be weird, so let's do this. And we need high grip wheels is what we need. This'll be a big helper. High grip wheels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And anything else? None of this will help. This is all nonsense. Ejector seat would... What does the ejector seat do? Make bear and fly from seat. So it's not like the seat will go flying, but only the bear and bird in the seat. So I couldn't like launch myself through the thing and expect to get that much distance. That would be counterproductive. I wonder if sails would help here. Oh, these two are touching. Okay, you know what? Center them. They'll be centered. I reckon my theory is sails might add more speed to the vehicle mid-flight. Even once the engines go. Did better with the wings. Did better with the wings there. Okay, let's think for a second. I think... Geez, if I had, like, deployable wings yet, that would help a lot. Maybe, though, the fucking things are doing less for me than I think. The sails are bad. Maybe the sails are bad. Let's play with that thought there. Also... What? Okay. Somehow, it rolled, and that added some extra distance. I'll take it. Fantastic. Let's go. We can grab this Jinjo, why not? While we're here. I'm skipping past this dialogue. I don't know. It's not great. It's kind of a little... I'll say the writing, I think, in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, it's a little overlong and not quite as sweet. Not quite as worth reading as in the other games. As in the original Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie. And there's also a lot of it with every mission having, like, a little bit of detail about what's up. Which I think is a bit much. Very good. Right, shit. That's the first area. First version of this. Wait, there's another guy there. I missed him. Let me fly up and try to do that Jinjo. Meanwhile, one more card. Another card here. Did you hear about the Game Pass price hike? Right before this stream, apparently Microsoft got out there. There was some news basically saying like, hey, price of Game Pass going up. And here is what it's going up to. For Ultimate, the only one that you want because it's the one that includes day one games. It's gonna be 20 a month rather than like 15 or so. Pretty raw deal. And there's some other tiers there, but they don't matter. They don't have everything what you want. So it's not, they're not really worth considering. Worth noting that I found this random blurb from Microsoft talking to the government about when they were buying Activision. They said they wouldn't do this to the government, so seems to me like they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Seems to me like they promised the government when you bought Activision that you wouldn't raise prices just because of that. They're gonna say it was like, it's the economy why we're raising prices, not because we bought Activision for $1 billion, 20 billion, 30, I don't know how many billion dollars, and now we have to make trillions of dollars now to make up for it. I don't remember how much Activision cost. They're gonna get away with it, I'm sure, but that's fucked up, and the courts should probably get involved and say, no, you can't. And that would be nice for people who want to have cheap Game Pass. I say cheap Game Pass, it's more expensive than it once was, even now, even before the price hikes, but there's gonna be another one. I've only been streaming for like 3 years. 2.5 years, and I feel like I've had like a card that said Game Pass price hike like 3 times already. That's how much they've been raising prices as of late. It's fucked up. Let's race this motherfucker. Yeah, this vehicle is fine. These spoils are helping a lot insofar as how the vehicles perform. I don't think I ever realized the last couple times I played this game how good spoils are. There we go. We got a Jinjo. The last time I played the game, my solution, whenever I ran into a problem such as that, whenever I wanted a ground vehicle to control well, I just put like jet engines pointing up so that they would push the front of the vehicle into the ground, and as such, provide nice friction, nice grippingness. That also feels pretty good to control, but spoils, it turns out, also work really well. Go figure. And they don't mess up your flying as much. Cool, that's Act 1. Let's see, is Act 2 open for Jiggoseum? Say, obviously, I don't have a spring to jump yet, so I can't just get up there easily. I'll have to do some jank to get up there, but that's doable. Make sure it's not, like, around the corner or something. That one is 27 jiggies. We're way off from that one up there. What does Boggy do in the overworld? Oh, I can raise my stats? I mean, I'll give myself some extra speed. And And like a little extra strength, sure, why not? It's nice to be able to run fast when I'm on foot. I think that we're done with this new Jiggoseum world for now. I don't see any other entrances. Unless they're like around the block or something. Oh, hey, here it is. Okay. Jiggoseum Act 2. Let's do some more things then. Not that complicated. As you can see, the acts of Jiggoseum, at least so far, have been pretty much the same. There is going to be one act that is different, one or two, and I think those acts are cool. I wish every act had been like some twist upon the world, or else why have this whole complicated act system? It just seems... This is like the weirdest way to structure instances of an open... This is like the weirdest open world shit ever, because like, okay, well, it's just a playground for your stuff, but also you just go in there and you go to a quest giver and you talk to them and they do like a individual event. Like, why not just have all of them in there at once and they just move around to do their next events? And then you choose older events out of the menu. It's, doesn't really make the most sense, but whatever. It is what it is. How many dominoes do you think you can knock down? What are the rules? Knock down dominoes. It's simple. When the first one is hit, your controls are frozen. Okay, yeah, I remember this from the whole like demo that plays before you start the game. You know, that has like, maybe it's adapted from a trailer or something, but it has like a bit where it's shown like, oh, if you helicopter into the middle and like do a big thingamajig, that'll do good. Okay, let's build a vehicle. I want to build a vehicle that's a helicopter, and it has some sort of effect to knock over the things once it's in the middle. Simple enough. Meanwhile, let's do another card. Been watching some live action TV, and I thought I would talk about it all as one card. That's right, it's sort of a catch-all. Sort of a nice little catch-all there. I've been watching Voyager, which has been nice, but more importantly, I've been watching a couple of new shows. You know, like House of the Dragon and, well, House of the Dragon, new. Shogun, new. Also been watching, Better Call Saul, old. Reasonably old, and Voyager even older. Voyager, I'm nearly done with. I'm like in season 6. I got past the Pathfinder episode, which I thought would just lead right into the part where they can communicate and shit, but turns out that's not how it works at all. Instead, it's a while before they do stuff with that plot thread again, which, you know, I was really looking forward to the stuff that comes out of that, and that'll be like soonish, I guess, or maybe in season 7 more. I remember people saying season 7 kind of felt abrupt and weird, but if a lot of the good stuff with Pathfinder is in 7, then I think that season has some real good fucking stuff in it, even if everyone was just ready for it to be over internally. Voyager's damn good. I'll say, even. Like, I watched yesterday. an episode of Better Call Saul with my folks. I went over for like a birthday dinner thing for a member of my family. And usually wouldn't go on a weekday, but you know, birthday exception there. That's when the get-together was for that. Watched an episode of Better Call Saul with them, with my folks, and then went home and watched an episode of Voyager. I kind of feel like the Voyager one just held my attention more. I don't know. Maybe just Better Call Saul heats up a little more. Maybe just me already knowing the twist of like, oh, that billboard thing. Yes, I know what's gonna happen. Maybe that took a lot of the excitement out of it, and I was just waiting for, like, okay, get to the part where the thing happens, get to the part where the thing happens. I don't know. I'll also say, as far as, like, shows that I'm watching that are great. Do I need some ammo for this? I'm gonna say a little. Let's do, like, yeah. As far as, like, shows that are great, like that, Shogun, fucking fantastic. I watched the second episode of that over the weekend, watching that, like, a week at a time, one episode or so, and it was just lovely. Really liking the directions in which that's, advancing, and how interesting that is as, like, a historical thing, right? It's like, oh, wow, yeah, the Portuguese and the Protestants and the Catholics. This is stuff that I've never really took an interest in, but huh. Like, yeah, I guess it was a big holy war for years and years there about like who would control the world. And there's a lot of arrogance in that statement, who would control the world, where, you know, you do a little PR work and get the word out like, hey, they're talking like you guys are fully owned by them. Do you like that? Is that how you like to be perceived? That just seems like it's got a lot of potential. That seems like it is what does this do? Oh, that you have to move fast for that. That's not gonna be it. Really enjoying that show so far. And look forward to watching the rest sometime soon. How do I aim this? There's a lot of Better Call Saul I've never seen because at a certain point, it wasn't on Netflix, and you know it took like years to get onto Netflix. And the time it came on, I was just sort of looking at it and going like, yeah, I really don't feel like it anymore. The time has come and gone, and maybe I'll get real into it now that I have the chance to go farther than season 3 or so. This is the, we'll call this the Telegun. Ambidextrous. Ambi, sure, whatever. Ambi is like ambidextrous. That's like a word that means something. This sort of does more directions than you'd think. It's not the most invalid name in the world. Okay, let's see now. Okay, so this is maybe a little bigger of a hole than I thought. So, yes! All right! That worked! More than doubled the requirements for Jiggy. Very good. Perfect. Let's drive around more than that, I don't know. Why not? It seems to control pretty well and go pretty fast, honestly. So that's what I've been watching as far as, like, live action stuff goes. But, I will say, a lot of anime started over the weekend. Premiered, if you will. And I do have cards for all of those. So, look forward to that in a bit. Tell you what, we'll start that after we get through the rest of Jiggoseum. Land base, thing. Okay, let me do... let's do an enhanced basic boy. There's no water. And there's just one more engine to add on to this that I can add on right here. And let me just move this to be right there. And, can I get one more fuel? That's all the fuel I have. Okay. Those are the high grip wheels. Fantastic. Yeah. That's good. Call this the base. Call this the base 1. Basic is out. Base is the new model number. It's even better than basic. A little shorter. Easier to say. Let's go. Whoa, oh, fuck. What the fuck? Weapons? They didn't say weapons. Okay. Well, at any rate, we're very fast, so we get ahead of these guys. They won't know what's up. Beautiful. Stop shooting us! You know, we can take a shortcut here around the way. That's pretty cool. I'll say a thing about nuts and bolts. It kind of lacks a lot of good circuits, right? A lot of good, like, straightforward paths on which to race. And this is about as good as you get in this game. This is about as good as you get. In that it's a big, flat expanse that is mostly just you drive in a circle. There's kind of some stuff on the track, some bullshit. That's fine. That's not too complicated. A lot of worlds lack such a thing, and as you get, like, higher up in, like, farther into the game, even like, areas that have simple-ass tracks like this start messing them up by adding, like, oh, there'll be some weird ball guys that are gonna stop you from just racing in a circle. Now you just can't do that anymore. And, that's a shame because, like, racing on nice, clean tracks is, I do think, a very fun thing in any racing game. Any game where, like, precision is key. I guess my mistake is expecting precision out of this game when it's actually like a goofy, silly, fun time. You know, the idea is not to be precise, the idea is to be wacky and dumb. And make you just struggle for every single Jiggy that you do. There's the end. Very good. You know, they should have had some races in Tears of the Kingdom. Like some vehicle races where you're racing against guys in other vehicles. That would have been fun. There should be more games like this. I'm gonna say that. I think Tears of the Kingdom has more than proved that it can be a lot of fun to make wacky-ass vehicles, but more like this. Pull in some more ideas like this where there's just like a million billion little challenges that you have to build around. Guys down there. Somewhere. I think probably inside. Probably inside. Where's the entrance to the inside? Yeah, let's just fly through here. This isn't a mistake. Yeah, right? Ah! Another happy landing. Alright, log's choice, so this makes it simple. Let's just do the thing. What is it? It's some sort of delivery? Alright. Deliver some shit. You might want to consider flying there. It's a pre-made vehicle. What do you mean I might consider flying there? Hey, you know what? Hey, free wings on this. Free like retractable wings. That's cool. Let's get rid of the pizza. Let's get rid of the pizza thing on top. Just go ahead and just drop that shit right now. But now where am I going to attach my propellers? They can face backwards, that's fine. There's no law saying these have to face forward. That should do it. Okay. Let's get this out of there. Get that out there as well. And this has somehow stayed attached. Oh, there's a perfectly good place for propellers to go. I don't know why this has bumpers. Get rid of those. What good is a bumper? Honestly. Alright, where's the fucking... Huh? Where... Switch? Oh, here it is. Let's deliver all the pizzas at once. We need to deliver 4 to get the Jiggy. Okay, there's 1. We're not getting the trophy at this rate. I'm fine with that. I'll just take a Jiggy, thanks. I think I just have to get close to them. Is it good or bad if I run them over? There, he got it. Let's go get that one, and then we will be done with pizza. And I think with that, we'll be done with Jiggoseum for now. I don't think we have access to the first boss of Jiggoseum quite yet. So that's nice. Fantastic. Oh! Let's leave using this unwieldy thing. Excuse me. I'm going to turn in the, I'll tell you what's gonna happen next. I'm already on my way out, Jinjo, sorry. I'll tell you what's gonna happen next. We're gonna go take those Jiggies. We're gonna turn them in. Then we're going to go to, well, I have a whole map. That's probably helpful for, knowing where the next thing is. The map probably has, like, any open zones marked, and I believe there's another one currently open, right? Best to check, though. Don't run into me, man. If you run into me, you're gonna be angry. Yeah, they're totally not open yet. But there's a bunch of Jiggies here. Let's go ahead and cash them out. And, go and cash them in as well. We got a bit of Banjo-Land to go to. We got our 5 Jiggies here. That true. Ain't that a thing? Beep. Alright. Perfect. These are very good Jiggies. What did I do? What did I do? Are these guys just not like Jiggies? I got new vehicle parts. A liquid squirter! I've always wanted a liquid squirter. Fuel, ammo, balloons. Some more high grip wheels. A Humba squirter! I've always wanted a Humba squirter. Go away. What's up? Do you have new things for me to buy? No. Okay, they fucked off. Good. That's cool. Let's go to Banjo-Land. What does he have? It was hints, right? So, yeah, I'm good on that. Stuff already learned, other useful stuff, useless rubbers. Yeah, no, I'm good on all that. I don't think we need any truth today. I will deliver one more Jiggy, though. You know what? We'll get that on the way back, and maybe we'll have more to show for it by then. If we do really well in the old Banjo-Land. All right. Which one is this? So this is... We're going to be going into Banjo-Land Act 2. That is the next one that we have unlocked. The next one here. We went into Act 1 last time and did like the first... all the Jiggies that were there. So, you know, now we're heading back to Banjo-Land to do Act 2, which I believe is like... what is it, on this island here? Yes. It also looks like Act 3 is not the boss of this one, so that's interesting. Didn't realize that was how it do. We'll go around the base one for a bit more. It's fast and powerful, and it doesn't swim. Maybe you should get one that can swim. This was only made specifically to win one race. So, maybe it's bad at everything else. Like I said, we're back at Banjo-Land. Let's go, let's do it. The referee is an aardvark, so they say. Some sort of kickball something. Okay, what's the thing? Press the giant red switch to dispense balls, then drive them into the goal on the other side of the field. You'll need a vehicle suited to guiding and striking balls. So this one then. Let's just do some modifications on it that I didn't save earlier. And it'll be ready to go. Oh, also, let's, also, let's put a punter on it. Let's put a, weapons. I need a boot. I need a boot in a box. I need a boot in a box. Right here. Okay. I'll just save that over the previous iteration. Let's go, let's do it. Okay, get rid of the propeller thing. Where's my balls? Where are my balls? I need some balls. Unclear. My balls aren't here. This is the goal. Where do I find balls? Alright, big button. Restart. Restart. Run it back. Run it back. Okay, here we go. Drop the propellers. Don't need them. What the fuck? Balls did not act like... These balls are really easy to just punch by mistake. Still, I guess it's kind of making our job easier. These guys are annoying, and there's no tools in the game that are suitable for fighting them. It's not a good thing. Okay. I need that ball. What? I barely fucking touched it. My God. Also, whenever I try to right myself. What? It must be all these bumpers that I have on the front. These bumpers are bumping. They're bumping the balls. That's what they're doing. Not the intent. My God. These little fucking shits. These things are bumping my balls. How am I supposed to play soccer if my balls keep on getting bumped? Hello, Apar. How's it going? Fuck. No, you don't. These fucking guys, they keep on fucking with my balls. I have 30 seconds. I need to make a Hail Mary shot. Like, just straight up the middle. Come on! Go in! There we go. That did the trick. How you doing, Apar? I'm doing all right. I somehow won this game with this very bad vehicle, which I'll admit, it's not really suitable for anything in particular. I just like how tall it is. I just like how tall this vehicle is. Ooh. I'll say, I got some cards that are anime-based to talk about. Let's just pull the Band-Aid off. I'm just gonna show the first one here that says, Overview. How anime went over the last few days. Yeah, just want to get, like, a basic idea out before I start talking about any specific anime. How much there was, how good they were on average, and what the deal was. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, haven't streamed since Friday. Bunch of shows. Like, I think Saturday and Sunday both had, like, 6 or 7 each. I'll say, and Monday had 1, and today had 2. I'll say, Saturday had, like, 1 show I was really loving, and a bunch of shows that were just okay. Hey, here's a bunch of transformations. That's fun. 1 show that I think is fantastic, and a bunch of shows that are like, yeah, this could be fine, type business. Meanwhile, Sunday, just about every show on Sunday that I watched was really good, actually. And I think worthy of watching, except for one that I dropped immediately, considering it was up against, like, a bunch of actually really good shit. And it was just not as good. Not nearly. Just sort of bland. So, I'll just say, as far as anime goes, there's been some good ones, there's been some great ones, and there's been a couple bad ones, and quite a few in between. Apparently, I'm supposed to clean some stuff. Pick up the trash and lob it inside a vehicle that can lift objects in the air would be handy. Okay. We need a new vehicle. I'm going to start off with the heli gun, and let's modify it for this purpose. Meanwhile, how about I start getting into specifics and go over one such anime that started that I would like to talk about. Yeah, sure. I watched the first episode of Dahlia in Bloom, Crafting a Fresh Start with Magical Tools. I would say this first episode of that was very nice. Sort of a fantasy isekai type business, where a girl is reincarnated into a world where they don't quite all use magic, but some people do. But most people just use, like, magical tools, which is, like, magical technology, basically. And it promises to be a very sweet little anime about a girl that's just, like, a natural because she has all these ideas from the real world. Sort of learning to build stuff and, go with a large tray. Learning to build stuff and having a good time, which is very nice. Very nice to do those two things, I reckon. Can I do like a... I'd like to make this based on a hinge, basically, so that it's it drops down when it's over the thing, and then I can repair it back. So it'll be something like this, with detachers over here. That sounds good. Let's start hooking it up more. I want light. I want this to be a light thing. So anyway, it seems like a sweet anime. Seems real nice. Let's use poles for connecting this up to the main body. It seems really sweet, it's really nice, and it has a lot of heart. I will say it is an overwork isekai, meaning that the main character, her original death was caused by overwork, which I do think is a little odd insofar as, like, the anime doesn't seem to be about that, right? And in fact, the characters do, like, you know, they're inventors and stuff, right? The girl's an inventor, her new dad is an inventor in the other world, you understand? She doesn't quite remember her original life, but she, you know, uses it as inspiration for, like, oh, a hairdryer. I would like to make a hairdryer. I had this idea for a hairdryer. They spend, like, an all-nighter in the first episode, which makes you go, like, wait, did you learn nothing from dying from overwork? You're doing all-nighters in your new life? Maybe, also, you know, it's nicer when it's done with your dad rather than for your corporates, like, in an office all alone. But also, like, yeah, you should probably maybe take better care of yourself. Just as a rule, just saying here. What the fuck? I think it seems very nice. Very promising, and I will definitely watch more. I expect to be, quite pleased. I expect that show to be quite pleasing in, all the good ways. Let's test this out. That's, Dahlia in Bloom. Whoa, yo! Okay. Now then, how does this repair? I thought this was supposed to repair if you wanted it to. Or is that only if it's the other way? If the attachment points are, like, on the other side of things. Somehow seems to have, like, reaffixed itself. But it's, like, weird. It's not reactivating the button. It doesn't look like it's properly affixed. I'm not seeing the prompt to, like, magnetize it back. Until I drop it. Okay, you know what? I have to drop it with this. I have to drop it, then I can magnetize it. Okay, we can improve the connection there. I think the problem is just that these, this needs to be, like, better connected, more directly attached here. There's, like, a little bit of distance where it's not connected by default. Kinda. So this should work. And maybe even will let me repair it. Maybe because the hinge won't because it has to be disconnected to reconnect. Kind of a weird thing. Okay. Okay, so you do have to, like... You do have to, like, disconnect to reconnect it. Okay, so... Open the thing. Undo the magnets. Re-grab. Okay. One last thought here. It probably would be better if it was, like, the other way. Like, if this was rotated 90 degrees. Except then it would be asymmetrical, which I don't really want. Okay, this'll do. Let's save it. Call it a heli lift. Heli lifter. Heli lift. Big. Alright. Let's do it. Now, where's the garbage? Okay. Taller. Needs to be a lot taller. We need to put some height on this thing. Okay. No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. I think it's probably maybe faster to move the bottom than to move the top. So I'm gonna move the bottom here. Okay. Meanwhile, while we're adding more, I'll just do another anime. Talk about a nobody's way up to an exploration hero, which I would describe as uncool. Not in a way of like it's canceled or nothing, more just it's a little bit cringe. A little bit, I don't know. Do the kids have a word that isn't like ableism to mean like, you know, lacking in everything. Anyway, I don't know. Kids probably have a better word for that. They probably don't. They probably use new words that I've never heard of, I would bet. It's sort of a adventure type anime set in sort of the modern world, or actually more of a future world, where people do like dungeon crawling in the real world. And also it's about a kid who finds like a magic card that gives him a tiny little girl who is like his familiar now, and she's like an angel or something. She doesn't have that much personality, but she is cute. And she sort of like beats monsters for him. That's sort of about it as far as like things that are cool about that. You know, if you like to see like a small girl who is cute but doesn't, like, have that much in the way of personality. Like, eats... She's a summon, so she eats, like, magical gems as like, food. And, you know, they kind of make it look like she's eating candy, you know, and he sort of, like, gives her and she's like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cute, I guess. I don't know. If you're the kind of person who likes to watch kids eat candy, then sure, have at it. I would say, for my part, that, I think it's a little dull, and also it's bad at, like, a lot of the things it's tried. It's not very well animated. The action is pretty... The dude is not a very convincing, like... Is not, like, that much of a... He's not good at the fighting. Like, he runs around, his basic weapon of choice is, like, bug spray. And look, bug spray is not cool. You cannot make bug spray cool. Like, bug spray is something that we all have and do, and no one has ever in their life thought, like, oh yeah, I'm shooting down these bugs. They just go like, oh fuck, it's a bug. I have to spray it. God damn it, this sucks. It sucks ass. Suck ass, that's a good way to describe the show. Anyway, I got through the first episode. They released 2 at once. And I said, like, well, in the next episode, it looks like they introduce another character. And it wasn't that bad, but the more of it I watched into that second episode, the more I went like, oh no, I was really being too nice. This just sucks. The action is shit. I believe that I could kick this kid's ass. And this kid is supposed to be the hero. I believe that I, out of shape, 34-year-old man, admittedly of a large disposition, I have a lot of weight. I have the weight advantage. I believe that I could kick this so-called hero's ass, provided that I had, like, a big stick, or, better yet, any sort of weapon equivalent to what he was using, because he is just sort of flailing out there, unless he has his familiar, like, doing a lightning attack. I couldn't deal with that, but I could deal with his dumb ass, just using, like, raw strength, and I say raw strength, just basic standard strength and a little bit of, like, you know... little bit of American craftiness, I guess. You know, little bit of nerve. I believe I could kick this kid's ass, and I feel like I could say that about very few anime protagonists in a show that is ostensibly action-focused. Or maybe it's not, maybe it's more just little kid, like, eating candy focused, but yeah, whatever. This seems like it'll work. I'll also say, I did think that, it had some, like, in-game shows that it was, in-anime shows that it showed off, right? We're like, oh, it's the Dungeon Crew, and they do a TV show about how they raided the dungeon. I was just watching that thing and like, this is terrible. This is not good. And I feel like it's a real bad thing in an anime. I believe this suspension of disbelief is important. And when your anime has, like, a piece of fiction in it that is kind of garbage, and the characters are watching and going like, oh, this is really good, it kind of makes me go like, okay, well, I guess this is a mediocre anime. What can I expect from its television other than something that is slightly more mediocre, actually? I just not even... I didn't have to have the drop mechanism. Oh my god, the drop mechanism was a waste. I built an elaborate drop mechanism, but it turns out it just sucks them right up? Okay. Well, maybe we'll need it later. Anyway, that show is kind of cringe, and I wouldn't recommend it unless maybe you like to watch children eat candy. But I'll say the first child doesn't have that much of a personality. She's just sort of a calm whatever. Oh, this is a reference to Spiral Mountain, or not Spiral Mountain, Mumbo's Mountain, with these hills in the slope here. I think that is true. Maybe. I'm gonna say maybe for that one. I wouldn't recommend it. Suffice to say, it seems mediocre even if you're, like, into the characters, which I was not. And also, the second episode is named, like, the second card appears. Spoilers, she only shows up at the very end and doesn't get a line, so, like, I jumped ahead to see, like, okay, well, would this second character save it? And my answer has to be, like, well, they did, like, a clickbait on the second episode name, so, yeah, I have very little faith in them, like, actually delivering a good character there. I don't know. You could watch it, but I feel like it'd be better if you didn't. I wonder if I can attain the speed just with this fucking vehicle here. Just fine. What? What? Huh? What was Banjo pushing against there? Not gonna worry about it, how about? Alright, I think that's both of the Jiggies in this, first area here. Let's go to the third. We started at the second, by the way, again, because we did the first last week. Let's just return to Show Downtown. This will make it easier. Let's go over to the third world, which apparently is not a boss fight. This is just a regular another area. So that's interesting to know. This one has 3 Jiggies in it. That's nice. That's a good number of challenges that we have to do. And everything is still the same as it was before. I have to change vehicles every time. I think it would just, like, remember. We'll use this one again. This one's pretty fast with all its, like, low weight business. I have a feeling I remember this one. This one might be... This guy in this position? No. I was thinking I might have to take on some passengers, but you know what? There's a million variants of this world. This is probably a different one I'm thinking of. Any attempt to remember, like, missions is gonna be, like, severely hurt by the fact that there's, like, 5 NPCs. They repeat multiple times per world, and, you know. Oh, actually, this is the one I was thinking of, yes. The one where you have, like, passengers. And it's like a fun little relay. I'll say this, though. It helps that we have this whole option. Just, you know, do this. To put this here. Let me break this off. We're just gonna take the bits of these vehicles that we want and remove the parts that we don't. Good. While I'm doing this, how about another anime? I watched the first episode of Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. I didn't really care for this one. Apparently this is based on some game, some farming game or something. But didn't care for it that much. Mostly because, as nice and inoffensive as it is, I didn't like the characters that much. And if you don't like the characters, don't like to look at them, I don't know if you can really get into an anime. Right, like, that is pretty much required. The basic plot is that it takes place in, like, a realm of heaven, and a bunch of humans run in and fuck everything up. And immediately, these humans, not only are they told, like, hey, don't come here, this is for gods only, and they just ignore them and just run in and fuck everything up immediately. They're also very weirdly designed. I don't like their character designs at all. They have strange hair, weird body parts, you know, like weirdly sized noses, eyes, faces, proportions, all that. Not big into that. Also, I'll say this is a case where it's kind of hard to exactly put the finger on, like, what exactly didn't work about it, right? Because it's fine. It seems fun enough. The main character is a little god girl, and she's doing the same voice that she did in, her voice actress is doing the same voice she did in The Great Jahi, that anime. So, if you like The Great Jahi, and you would like to hear more of that voice, then maybe this one is pretty good. But, it just wasn't clicking with me. This is what I would say. And also that, for some reason, just didn't enjoy it. And perhaps that's all the analysis we need. Right, like, what can I say? Wasn't feeling it. Why is it turning all weird? What the fuck? Get rid of these wheels. These wheels are a liability. Okay, yeah, it had to be those wheels. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend it. I did see some people, like, I did see someone saying, like, oh, that anime is starting. I'm looking forward to that. So, I know at least one person who's probably watching it. Maybe. Unless they just sort of went like, yeah, it's kind of mid, whatever, and dropped off as well. I'll admit, I didn't let it get to the part where they actually farm. I'll admit that. But also, if I don't like the characters, what good is it getting to the scenario? That probably won't change all that much, honestly. Get in, guys. I'm missing a trophy, probably, because I didn't realize that I could not fit the third passenger at once, but it'd be tight anyway. Let's say that would be tight anyway, regardless. Definitely on the tight side. Still, we'll get the jiggy. We'll get the jiggy there. Just a little farther. It's always good to modify your vehicles in log shows and races. That's gotta be the key for just about every, like, world record. You know, every just fast time. And probably the TT trophies as well. Nice that you're able to do that. Okay, let's see now. The other two are over there. There is a Jinjo. Let's do this Jinjo real fast. Jinjo Combat? What is this? I don't remember. I don't know what Jinjo Combat is yet. Try to dislodge me without running over the side yourself. I'll use a helicopter with grenades. Where is he? What's going on? I don't see him. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he's a ball. Are you fucking kidding me? The grenade eggs do nothing? It must be just they're bouncing off the thing. They're not hitting him. Nope, nope, that's a direct hit. What the fuck? Fucking kidding me here. Okay, the helicopter is a no-go. We'll go with the other one, the pincer, tall boy. And get rid of the things. Oh wow, he's heavy. He is, like, strangely resistant, actually. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. I keep tipping over. That is not good, but I got it. Okay. Quick break. Gonna be on a quick break real fast. I'll be back in a minute. If you're watching the VOD, don't worry about it. I'll be back in a second for y'all. I'm back. Let's carry on. Just a little unscheduled, just a little unscheduled break there, don't worry about it. A question that comes to mind, as I sit back down. When people say they have an upset stomach, do they actually mean they have an upset stomach? Or are they is that just a nice way of saying that something else is upset? Because I feel like throwing up is less common than another thing, you know, that is trouble. Let's say no more. Also, it occurred to me that I probably should take a little something real fast, just to prevent further issue. Quick, another minute, just a 30-second break real fast, and then we'll continue. I'm over here. Okay, I forgot to hit the camera, go back to where it should be, button, upon returning. Hello, let's do it. I did wash my hands, by the way, just to be safe. I double checked, I double did it, you know, upon returning from the second break. Pretty sure I did beforehand, but you know, it doesn't hurt to be extra safe. You understand? Let's wait. Did we already do this one? No. Okay. It's he's good. He's got something for us. Come on, man. Let me talk to you. I need to talk to you so I can do your thing. Let's make some waves. Boat race? Boat race. Okay, boat race it is. Let's, load the base one. And, just sort of, you know, add some floaties. Also, I'll do another card, talk about another anime as I do. I watched the first episode of The Elusive Samurai. I described this in the parenthetical there as a cut above, and I do believe it is the best thing on Saturday this season so far by like a country mile. It's really fucking good. It introduces you real fast to the setup. It's about a young prince who is you know, a little bit of a little bit of a scamp. He runs around. He effortlessly evades his guard, his like people who are out there to serve him. You know, they're like, "Oh, come to practice," and he's like, "No, I'm gonna run along the roof and I'm gonna just like run circles around you guys for fun." And it's light and good. And then he meets like a fortune teller guy who's like, "Yeah, you're gonna be like a big hero pretty soon here." And he's like, "What? I don't know, man. I'm just gonna be like a puppet like my dad. My dad's like a pathetic puppet. That's what I'm going to be when I grow up." And, well, it sort of goes to a place. It goes a dark place, and pretty soon, war comes to the doorstep before, you know, he's even grown up. And I won't say too much as far as, like, where the plot goes and how it gets to there, but there is one amazing sequence where you find out, like, the way in which how this elusive samurai is a hero. Insofar as, like, yeah, he just ends up in the fray, and with the effortlessness he avoided his like, guardians, turns out he's also just, like, untouchable on a battlefield, just dodging, like the most beautifully animated, like, attacks ever. And it's just kind of glorious to see, like, holy shit, this kid, he has it in him. Like, it's clear, like, oh wow. You can see very clearly now how these properties that sort of are almost shameful in an air, a certain amount of just like negligence for his duties, a certain flightiness is just. Let's do like a test of this. Is actually wonderful in a hero, and it was just super fun and super good, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. That's the Elusive Samurai. It has my highest recommendation for the day of Saturday. That's definitely the best thing on Saturdays, bar none. Top-notch shit. I don't have any more engines to give it. Let me put on some more fuel, though. I think more fuel would be helpful. Where shall the fuel go? I think if like the... I think a little bit of a spine under the water will help a bit, as far as like keeping it steady, keeping it stable. Means it'll like run across the rocks if it ends up in too shallow of water, but I think this is good. Yeah, this feels good to me. Has good turning power. It's not good with a ramp because of the big fucking... It's not good with the ramp, and it's not good if it runs aground. I mean, I could very easily add, like, a couple wheels here. Some standard wheels, perhaps, like... Let's go with 3. And see if that's good enough, how that is. Do they, like, retract and shit? Well, it's certainly better with ramps with a couple of wheels. Let's rid of this wheel and see how it works. The characters are super likable. It's fun. When things get dark, it gets really cool in a way that is just badass. I think the loose of samurai is a glorious thing. I would highly recommend it. How about another anime card? I also watched the first episode of Plus Sized Elf. My parenthetical there is like tugging collar, like ooh, woohoo. I didn't know what to expect going into Plus Sized Elf, and other than like, yeah, it's an elf and she's overweight. The basic premise is that the elf wants to lose weight, and she goes to a because she likes fast food, but she needs to lose weight if she wants to, you know, go back home now and again, go back to the other world that she's from. This works fine. These wheels work fine for the purposes that I need them for. Perfect. She wants to lose weight, and she's a little bit, what's the word? Little bit broad, insofar as like, yeah, her personality is that she likes French fries. That's a big part of her personality, that she likes these human French fries that we have. We'll call this the mermaid, because it doesn't have, it kind of has a tail, but it has some wheels like a it has the front part of a car. Mermaid Pro, I don't know. Plus. Mermaid Machine. There we go. Anyway, I'm bearing the lead here. The thing is, this show, Plus-Sized Elf, is ecchi. It's an ecchi show, and what's more, it's uncensored. So, yeah, you see the big part of the show is that you see the elf, the plus-size elf's tits and her nipples, the whole lot of it, and you see one more character's nipples as well. It's a short anime. It's only 10 minutes long per episode, and a lot of that is just you know, fan service. Wouldn't say it's bad if you like tits, and you know, it sort of has a positive message, I guess. You can, that if you try, you can always lose weight, and also, if you don't mind putting it back on, that's fine. Hey, she kind of at some point puts it back on. She has a positive attitude about that, like, you know what, hey, would like to be fit sometimes, but other times don't mind it. Don't mind being heavy if I get to do the things I like. Which, okay, I guess, I don't know. I'm giving it more of a chance. I'm giving it more time. I don't mind a nipple now and again. But like, if you're like, you don't like an ecchi, you don't like just that sort of thing, probably best to steer clear. Yeah, plus-sized elf. I'll tell you, I think it's really fun the way that I do anime, where I don't know anything about the show before I watch it, because you're like, yeah, the instant that the titties come out, you're just like, what the fuck? They didn't, like, artistically avoid showing the center of the breast? It's just right out there. Huh, wow. That's like 1% of anime do that these days. High Dive, in particular, is very much willing to just show it. High Dive is very good about that. You know, I say good about that. They know what they're getting. They know what they're going for when they license a show like that. They know, like, yeah, that's our, like, claim to fame here. That's our our differentiating factor. We got the horny stuff. We got the most horny. You see it. No, you know, it's not like Game of Thrones. You don't see, it's not like House of the Dragon. You don't see dong. By the way, last week's House of the Dragon, this week's House of the Dragon, phenomenal. It's not like House of the Dragon. You don't see dong. You don't see lady parts other than nipples. But, you know, for anime, that's a lot these days. I'll say it, what didn't used to be. Like, you look back like 30 years, 40 years, jeez. I have seen like really old Gundams. And like really old like other such shows where like, yeah, no, they were just a lot less shy about having nipples in it. There's a Gundam anime that has nipples in it from like 30, 40 years ago. It's the damnedest thing. Nowadays, no, absolutely not. They would, you know, use artistic camera angles and like some Austin Powers type shit to, you know, have the characters be whatever they gotta be, but not show it. Which is fine, good, hey, you know, I don't mind that as well. If it's fun, if the characters are likable, if it's fun to watch, I don't need it to be horny as well. I don't need to, you know, you could go other places for that sort of thing, but I like it when they're brave. I like it when there's a little bit of bravery shown. I'm gonna want to make a basic hella lift here, so let's do that real fast. Means maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe I should start with the little one, the one that just had extra guns on it. Maybe this is silly. How about another anime? Another anime? I watched the first episode of Shoshimin, How to Become Ordinary. Seems chill. This was the last of the Saturday anime. Finally got through Saturday. And basically it's just about like a pair of high schoolers who just got into high schooler. And they seem kind of ordinary. It's kind of chill. The characters are nice enough. Though I think they're a little weird. It's hard to say. I watched that whole first episode going like, there's a twist coming, right? And minor spoilers. Not as far as I can tell. I'm not sure. I'll say, I think there is a twist coming. It has not come yet. I am very curious where the fuck it's going with. It's all like, these two kind of just want to be normal, but also they're a little weird. They're a little like quiet. One of them just happens to run into like a mystery, and he solves it using like detective type skills. Maybe that's the twist. Maybe he's like a detective, and he always gets like caught up in like mysteries, and that's what's what he meant by wanting to be normal. That's perhaps he wouldn't be like a Detective Conan, but you know, the fates will conspire to make him into a boy wonder detective guy. I say Conan for some reason. I saw in some of the animes I watched over the weekend, they mentioned Conan by name, sort of censoring it a little bit. So maybe that's why I'm thinking of that particular pull, but let's see, do I have more power? I do, I have some small engines. Let's just go all out on engines. That sounds good. Wait, is this backwards? No, this is the nicer side to have inwards. Then we'll do one here as well. And yeah. Anyway, I'm not quite sure what the twist is, if there's going to be a twist. But it seems like a nice, chill, like, high school anime about some kids who are a little bit off, a little bit eccentric. A little bit just you know, well, just a tiny bit weird, and it seems like they might get roped into some mysteries that they have to solve using their skills. It seems good, it seems fine. I don't mind it. We'll see if it hangs once more Saturday enemy hit. I will say, as a rule here, I think that Silent Samurai and I say as a rule, Silent Samurai and the first one, Dahlia and Bloom. Those are the two that I think are locks. The rest of them that are perfectly good, I could take or leave. And obviously all the ones that I said was shit, I already dropped, to be clear. So I'm very curious, like, what happens next weekend, you know, when a couple more shows air. I think like there's 3 more Saturday shows next Saturday. So if I had to bet, I would say, yeah, probably some of those ones that are more mid to get dropped. 1 or 2 of them, maybe. I'm gonna assume that some of those ones that are coming are gonna be good. I say I'm gonna assume. I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we got some real winners that you want to watch rather than stuff that's just like, yeah, it's okay. It's Saturday. I have time on Saturday. Just as a rule, you know, I don't have work. The fuck? The fuck you doing, asshole? Why can't I turn it? Oh, this isn't one of them. I thought it would be because wrench shit, but guess that wrench is just there. It does look like it's pointing at the thing. Oh, I see. Wait, what? You fucking kidding me? It knocked it over? Those guys can knock over my objectives, rendering them okay. Oh, whatever. I'll just go for the other ones then. And hope they don't have wind blowy guys around to fuck them up. There we go. Alright, let's do a couple, I say a couple more of these. Do as many as is required. I feel like something we added on there made this thing slower, but whatever. There's 2. We'll have the Jiggy and 1 more. Though, probably need more for the thing, right? Maybe 3 is enough for all of them. It's just a matter of time. I'm not sure when it says 3 if that's like just what you need for... Okay, 3 is all you need, period. And we get the trophy. I feel like when I see that, I think like, yeah, 3 for a Jiggy, 5 for a trophy, but it's just time. Cool. I just called it a heli lift. No consistency to my naming scheme whatsoever. Looks like we finished off this world, finished out this instance of the world. I'm gonna grab those notes that are on the ship. Feel like that's a good amount of notes to go grab. And then we'll leave and we'll unlock, we'll go turn in the, Jiggies. And that should unlock the, next one. Should unlock, I hope, I'm thinking, the boss fight of Banjo-Land. while I'm doing this, let me talk about the first Sunday anime. And I'll say again what I said earlier. All the Sunday anime were good. Well, except for one. Wistoria, Wand and Sword kicks ass. Wistoria, Wand and Sword kind of reminds me of like the seventh Spellblade, insofar as it's about a boy at wizarding school, and also a little bit of like it has a little bit, insofar as the premise goes, of like Mashley, insofar as the main character cannot use magic, but he's really good in a fight. He's really good with a sword, and hopes to be able to get through magic school just by killing monsters and doing that sort of thing. It's really good. It takes itself very seriously, and the world is very fleshed out and fun. No thank you to that. Oh, my mouse is off. Let me do a little moderation right now. A little moderation here. There we go. What was I saying? Whatchamacallit, the show seems quite nice. Seems quite entertaining. It definitely has like a wizarding school type thing, you know. There's like a character that you could describe as a snake. A very discouraging teacher. There's one who's a little more believing in the kid. And there's also a bunch of other kids who very much look down on him for the inability to use magic. But, you know, the kid has some heart. And I think that as more kids realize that he's actually really dope, in other words, in other ways, they'll come around on him. And that'll be really nice and good. And also, it'll just be some fun, like, wizarding school stuff. Again, I would compare it to, like, a more uplifting, a more just generally positive version of, like, 7th Spellblade. Insofar as, like, yeah, you got some kids, they're at wizarding school, and they're running around learning things and fighting monsters in the dungeon beneath the school. It's a good way to use those, basic wizarding school elements, and I think it'd be a lovely good time. Would highly recommend it. And, it is worth saying that the skill of the main character is very apparent, and the animation is very good as he fights monsters and crap. That is, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Ugh. Oopsie daisy. And we got one of those. We might also have another one or two. I know at least we have one of these to turn in. We might have another. Let's see. Nope, we only got one trophy right now. Go ahead and dispense it. One from Trophy Thomas. If you don't know how that works, you get, for every trophy you get, for every 4 trophies you get one Jiggy, so way of getting some bonus. I wonder how the speedrun of this game works. Is the speedrun of this fast, or is it slow, I wonder? Like, how fast can you speed this up? Building will always take some time. The events individually all take time. You want to go find some items on occasion so as to... You want to find some items on occasion so that you can build faster vehicles. That all takes time. I'm gonna guess... Nuts and Bolts has never been at a GDQ, so I'm gonna say the world record is 3.5 hours. I'm gonna say it's 3.5 hours and barely run. No, no, and I'll say 4.5. Nuts and Bolts speed run. Let's see. Oh no, any percent is an hour and 20. And there's like 13 people who have run any percent in the history. 131 jiggies is 2.5 hours in game time. Oh, hang on. In game time is 123 for the first one. And 100%, the world record is like just under 4 hours. So, yeah, no, I was way off. Oh, ye of little faith. They speedrun games fast. They must get the trophy every time. That is essential. They also, well, if they ever lose a challenge, that's just a reset. That is for sure. I'd be curious to see a run of that someday. I wonder why it's never been at a GDQ. Do people just not actively run it? It's probably something like that, where it's just very, very niche. Let me see. When was the last record here set? 2 years ago was the world record. 9 months ago was the number 4 guy. I think that's the latest record I see on this list. One of them just says never. It was set never ago, so just a not very popular game to run. What about 130 jiggies? 131 jiggies was last run 4 years ago, and 100% like the last record from this is like that I see here is like a year ago. I guess that doesn't mean that it's not being run. It's just maybe no one's made any progress. Possible. That's conceivable. I need to grab these notes. Let's jump down and talk to Gruntilda here. Grunty, as she is called. As we call her. We're here to fight you. We're here to do something with you. Maybe it's a challenge. Maybe I have to fix something up. I don't know. Okay, she has a bouncy doodad. Okay. Knock her from her seat to apprehend her. Okay, let's use, let's go back to the Heligun Ambi with all the fucking guns. That seems pretty good. Well, it's wasting a lot of ammo, but... And also can't turn very well for some reason. But then again, I don't need to turn that well. Because I have guns pointing in every direction. They're not working that well. I seem to have messed her up enough where she can't move anymore. That's good. Was that, I can do better. Let's try that again. We were so close to TT Trophy. Let's try that again. One more try. And I'll do another card. Another anime. As I, Fuck! What was that? I double-clicked there. I'll get that back real fast. Excuse me. Let me just go into the cue card and just run that thing back one card. Okay. If you're wondering how these cards work, I have a I have a slideshow. They're done through a slideshow object, and it advances every time I close it. I watched the first episode of Tower of God Season 2. Anyone remember what happened last season? That's kind of my big takeaway watching this again and going like, wait a fucking minute, what? Let me see if I can make any modifications to make it more maneuverable. Also, maybe like a propeller going like side to side would help. That's how a helicopter actually works. A helicopter actually has a doodad going side to side. Let's see if that helps. This is not gonna help. Oh yeah, this is not more controllable. Also, instead of hovering now, when I do both at once, it just falls. Great. Tower of God, new season of that. I'll say I don't remember that much about the first season of Tower of God. All I remember is that it seemed cool, and then there was a big betrayal at the end that made no fucking sense, and honestly left me kind of really annoyed at the whole show. So, now it's back and sort of following up, but also sort of not, because they do not really talk about what happened last time. It sort of just picks up with a new main character, or at least for this episode, a new main character. And he kind of sucks. And that's not great, but hey, you know, there's other characters who are showing up and they seem cool. And the fights are well animated, and their abilities are neat. And it kind of pulls you in, regardless of the fact that, you know, the character that everything's focused on is kind of a dirtbag that I don't like. Maybe like, what if I had like a tail? Like a tail fin? Like if I hung a tail out here as sort of a rudder. Would this work? This is gonna be a long shot. Well, it's not turning that good, but I don't know if it helps, but it's not hurting. Why not? I'm not gonna save that because I think I have, objectively, only fucked it up more. And also, you know, whatever. Where'd she go? Anyway, I'll say, despite not remembering and being kind of annoyed at the whole, like, anime portrayal of what was, I believe, a very cool girl who just sort of did betrayal for no reason, I don't understand. Despite all that, I am enjoying so far the new season, even though the style has been changed a bit to make it more generic, which apparently does line up with style changes that were made in the original webcomic or whatever, webtoon, but I don't care about that, and I think it would be better if the original style, which is more distinctive, had continued. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's right. We can now jump. What is this flyover? Showing us the the stop and swap eggs. Maybe we can go get some stop and swap items now. Guess we're far enough in the game for stop and swap. Well, I think let's stop and go get those eggs. We're gonna stop and get some eggs. They're more like crates, but you know, you get my drift, you understand. There are a lot of them. Can I get there now with the... I think with the ability to jump, I can now get over there. Jeez, there's a lot of these fuckers. You completed a stop and swap item in the Xbox Live version of Banjo-Tooie. Your reward is quite special. A blueprint designed by the fans. Okay, I didn't get to see it. Let's stop and swap. Let's stop and then swap. And also find some other items while we're at it. Sound good? I think it sounds good. Have we unlocked enough to get to the next like, the Jiggoseum boss? Or the Jiggoseum next area? We do have access to that. It is not a boss, though. Maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we'll go back to an earlier world. I don't know. Let's play it by ear. I got more cards. I got a bunch more anime to talk about. And I'll say I also have more stuff that isn't anime after that. It's not just anime from here on out, let me tell you. So long as I can get to the end of the anime talk, there's stuff that's not anime to talk about. I watched the first episode of My Dear Friend, Nokotan. It is unhinged in a very good way. It's about a dear girl. It's about a dear girl and a perfect girl who is like a really nice girl, but is secretly used to be a ruffian, you know, like a troublemaker, like a gang boss, that sort of thing. And by weird means, this deer can tell that she used to be a fucker, and you know, they end up having like a weird sort of adversarial relationship. And also, it is just, again, completely and entirely unhinged. We're gonna get other boxes as well. Completely and entirely unhinged as a television show. Like, it is just full of weirdo flexes, weirdo big moves. I say big moves as if it means anything. The comparison I've seen people online reaching for is Nichijou, insofar as, like, yeah, no, it just goes weird places with its punchlines and with its bizarre shit. There's CGI, there's 3D animated deer running around as well, and it's kind of low-key not out of place because the show is just that weird to begin with, that a fucking weird-ass deer just appearing in the background doesn't really, like, doesn't really rate, you know. There's, like, weird physics-defying stuff happening. There's third walls being broken. There's fourth walls being broken. There's regular walls being broken. It's unhinged, and also I think it is a very fun setup. I think the characters are fun, and it just constantly surprised throughout its first episode. I will say, a thing to know about it, a thing people are saying, are that the subtitles are all fucked up on Crunchyroll and other legally streaming it places. I'm not sure if that's been fixed, if that's been changed, but last I heard, the speculation is that, I say the speculation, people kind of know because Crunchyroll uses certain fonts if the subtitles aren't provided by them, but it looks like the publisher specified some possibly AI-generated AI-generated subtitles, which aren't good, to put it frankly. And that's kind of a bummer, but also it does go up in Japan, like, on a separate streaming service, like, earlier than when it comes out in America. And, well, if the choice is between watching a version of it with bad subs and waiting 3 days, and watching a version of it, like, a little early with fan subs, it seems like it might be better to watch it early with fan subs. Best practice is to have a subscription to Crunchyroll anyway. Parentheses, parentheses. I don't think anyone would mind, one, watching something that they have legal access to on a place that just has a better version of it with better subtitles and also earlier. No one minds that. You're already paying. What the fuck? I don't know, I'm gonna think about it. Maybe I'll find a magical way for Crunchyroll to show it to me early. And when you see that I've watched it, when it comes out, you won't have to think about it. Because you'll, oh yeah, of course, yeah, no, that's good, that's fine, no one cares. I am planning on getting a VPN, and I guess technically I could sign up for... No, I wouldn't do that. I'll say frankly, I probably wouldn't sign up for a service just to make it okay for me to watch something early. Yeah, you can watch something early, that's fine. When shows were like in Netflix jail, it wasn't a big deal to watch them early via other means. People did that all the time and it was fine. And perhaps even a better way if the Netflix quality wasn't there. If, like... What the fuck? What's with this fucking ghost? Oh, right, it's like a horn or something. You get a horn from one of the boss fights, and the horn dispels ghosts. Okay. Whatever. I'll say, Noko-tan seems pretty damn good and continues the trend, I'm gonna call it a trend, the pattern of Sunday shows this season being quite excellent. And, in a word, hard to drop. I think that Noko-tan would be a hard one to drop, though if you watch it when it comes out in Japan maybe, or like on whatever streaming service got it early, then maybe you could get away from the Sunday shows and space things out a little bit, which I think would be a benefit. I think that would be a good thing. I think that would be smart, in fact. It'd be smart to do, and no one would blame you. Do another card, another anime. Get through these. Let me do this while I am walking slowly. I watched the first episode of VTuber Legend, How I Went Viral After Forgetting to Turn Off My Stream, parentheses, holy shit. Fuck! Nearly was there. VTuber Legend, it's exactly what it sounds like on the tin. It is a show about a VTuber who forgets to turn off her stream, and her more quote-unquote relaxed style ends up being a little more appealing. You know, it sort of starts with her just like doing a regular stream. You don't see like the human behind the VTuber, by the way. You only see the VTuber, and like when it shows her in reality, she's depicted as her VTuber character. And she's doing like a very generic, very like regular, nice, sanitized stream, and then she stops and she stops her stream and starts saying a whole bunch of shit and drinking and getting drunk and just being one of the lewdest humans imaginable. It's not offensive. It's not like that. It's not like terribly embarrassing, but it's just like sexually liberated in a way that is just powerful. She almost reminds me of like the Kiryu. What was her first name? Given name? Fuck. Damn it. What was her given name? The dragon VTuber from HoloLive? Kind of reminds me of her. Very sexually open about the shit. And also, I think it is the first time I have seen the word gooning appear on a fucking anime. She talks about, while she is unaware, she talks about how, oh god, you know, she turns on another VTuber, which seems like a very legitimate, like, regular-ass VTuber in the style that you see, like, in real life. I'll say, one of the strong points of the show is that the VTubers, you could believe that people would want to watch them. They are good enough to be in the field of, like, real-life VTubers. She's watching her and going like, oh, you make me want to goon. Oh, holy fucking shit, I love you. You know, and Chaz just going wild and shit. You know, and she starts to trend and crap. And it's not until the morning when she realizes, and, maybe this is a spoiler, and, you know, gets to realizing that this is not going to be a one-off thing, because her more unhinged personality is a lot more popular and a lot more, like, compelling to viewers at large. And, there's a little bit also of her just, like, knowingly doing a regular stream with her new unhinged personality, which is a bit of fun. I'll say, of VTuber legend, I do struggle a little bit to see, like, how just a show of just a VTuber acting in a VTuber way could possibly work. Could possibly, like, be more than just, like, a one-episode wonder where the first episode has some story, and then after that, it's just regular streams, but I think this first episode makes a good case for it, because the main character is just that compelling, and that much of a character where, if she were real, she would be popular. And like, yeah, no. That is itself a good thing. You know, you see some shows about like, influencer types, and you just watch them and go like, well, yeah, no, this person could not stand up to, like, the likes of Tom Scott, or whatever. You know, this person is no Tom Scott. But you watch this and go like, god damn, yeah, you could absolutely stand up there with the horniest VTubers. Like, absolutely standing shoulder to shoulder with them and delivering on a level where I could see watching this just to see the shit. Just to see her go wild and fucking get loose with it. She's very good. And I think she sells the show. I'm very curious to see, like, where it goes from here. Like, is it a bunch of stuff about, like, oh, we're doing some collabs with other VTubers? Is it, like, is there any more, like, emotional stuff to do? Apparently I lost a Jiggy at some point. Oh, no, that's the boss Jiggy that I never deposited. Let me grab that real fast. I will describe the show as one that it seems like it would be hard to drop. It'd be hard to drop, that show. It'd be hard to drop... Get off my ass, Kappa. It'd be hard to drop VTuber Legend. It's good. It's very good. She's great, and I think she, sells it. And makes it, work as a thing. Fluffy dice. These crates are not very useful. These ones that are specifically from the Stop and Swap. I guess that makes sense. You can't have, like, actual good items behind DLC, not DLC, but, like, having to buy another game. Then again, there's plenty of ones that we can get now that, could have things we need, like, we get deployable wings, like, we're gonna be in business. retractable wings will let us do, like, basically whatever the fuck we want in the worlds. And make it so that we can make one basic vehicle that covers both land, sea, and air all at once. And that's just gonna be rad. Let's see. I should check and see if I got it. Sticky ball and small ammo. Let's just check and see if we got the retractable wings yet. No, I got nothing new in fly and float, so nothing new there. Not even any big propellers or retractable propellers. We must be missing a really good chest, or... Let me just make sure that Wumba hasn't gotten anything new in a minute. Okay, we got a large engine. Nice. I'll get a strong seat as well. Sure, I'll get some bomb things, whatever. It's all fine. Let's look around for more chests. I feel like there must be one right now that we can get that'll get us retractable wings and stuff. And also we should unlock the gate that leads to the last world. I don't think we can get on top of this gear, and probably wouldn't be good anyway. And also I'll do another card, get through these anime. Watch the first episode of Nary Nary, Cheer for You. I'm on board. Seems good. It's a cheerleading show about cheerleaders. It is also a little bit weird insofar as so far it hasn't gotten to any of the actual cheerleading stuff. They haven't really gotten a squad together. The main characters haven't. And also, by like the concept art, one of the characters, I'll say right now, I'll say right here, right now, I think the characters are great. And I really like what they've done with them so far. One of the characters, she's in a wheelchair, and it turns out she has some sort of disease or some sort of injury that, you know, she's in recovery. She was on the team previously, but she, you know, she gives me the impression that it's not going to be like a try-hard competition type anime. But also, there are some characters that give me the other idea. Like, there is one girl who isn't necessarily on the team yet, but she is basically, like, parkouring to the effect of, like, she does parkour, but in the way of, like, Spider-Man does. She's, like, jumping from building to building, flipping, just doing, like, flips in the air for no reason. Like if you were playing a Spider-Man game and you just were walking from point A to point B, you'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna jump for no reason now, just for fun. And that seems to be what she's doing. There's also a foreign girl who is very touchy-feely in a way that is, you know, a bit of fun. And one girl who just sort of wants to try her best and, like, oh, I can't get that one yet. Who is just sort of like, I guess I would describe her as positive, you know, friends with the wheelchair bound, the girl with the disability. And she's a little depressed about that, trying to figure out, like, you know, kind of depressed about that whole situation, and just wants to do her best and shit. I'm not sure quite where it's going yet, but I think all the characters are nice and they're interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing them form like a tight-knit friend circle, and then probably forming some sort of cheerleading team that is more about, is somewhere between, like, you know, Gamer God winning tournaments and, like, just, you know, being supportive and shit. Maybe you can have, like, someone in a wheelchair, like, just supporting and stuff, and it doesn't count against you at competition if you have someone who's, like, doing Spider-Man tricks. I don't know. I'll say a cheerleading slice of life is one of my favorite slice of life anime, so I'm a little biased in favor of this one. I want it to be good. And I think it has a couple of beautiful moments, a couple of bits that really stand out, and is otherwise just kind of just nice and good. I would describe it as nice and good, and if you want something low-key with potentially fun characters who you like, it is like the most slice-of-life, quality slice-of-life type thing this season. So far, I would say. It's a little weird. Like I said, it hasn't really gotten to its premise yet. But I think it has potential, and I'm looking forward to seeing, like, the anime it becomes when it has more than one episode to get there. I believe there is just one more show from Sunday. Let me just pop that one up, and then we'll be near the end of anime talk. Watch the first episode of A Journey Through Another World Raising Kids While Adventuring. Bland. It's an isekai. It's an isekai. Guy gets reincarnated into another world. And, oh god, this is a good one. Engine, ammo, heavy cubes. Well, it's alright. Nothing else. An engine is always quality. An engine is always a welcome thing to get. Let's go to the one that's, behind the little village. The little closed-off, high-end village over there. Guy gets reincarnated. He's kind of just a very basic character, and he runs into some kids. And the kids don't have any personality. They're just sort of silent and mute, and they fight monsters. And he's, you know, they have all the like humanity so far anyway. All the personality. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. They have all like the personality of like a Pikmin, right? They run off and they fight monsters and they come back, they're mute. Actually, I would say that a Pikmin has more personality. And that is sort of their function in this show as well. They're just sort of two little kids that glom onto the main character like uninvited, or not uninvited, but he is like, oh, it's kids. I'll take care of kids, sure. But there's kind of nothing to it. The characters, the kids are just so bland. They're cute, but they have no personality, and for me, I would rather see a kid with personality than just like a kid who has a couple kids who have nothing at all going on. And I'll say I did look in the comments while there were comments. Crunchyroll just disabled comments because they decided it was easier than moderating their comment sections and reviews for you know, bad stuff. I looked around and I saw that I think the idea is that they're monsters. I think the idea is that they are monsters now. And they're just sort of learning how to be human or whatever, but it just doesn't have a good hook, and Sunday is so jam-packed to begin with. I just can't see this one being one to stick with. I think it's worth noting that just having a cute kid being precocious is not itself enough to make me want to watch a show. The character, the kid has to be likable. In addition to that, oh, there were springs in that, so yeah, definitely couldn't have gotten that before we got access to that area. That was always on the other side. Worth noting. Oh, this is the theater district. Interesting. Uptown, that's where we want to go. See if we can get anything else here. If we could open that gate, that'd be nice. I got a couple more anime left to talk about. I get over there. I probably need to go through the tunnel to get over there. Let me find a way up to the roof, because I do believe that we can turn off the gate with a switch on the roof. Let me see if there's like a thing to climb up on. Yes, okay. Another card here. Watch the first episode of Mayonaka Punch. Hard to watch in a good way. I'll tell you about the plot of Mayonaka Punch. It's about a YouTuber who sort of got like a Will Smith style cancellation. She got in a fight with her former channel co-stars over like creative direction and stuff, and as a result got like super duper canceled to the point where, like, you know, they're doing an apology video and everyone is just hating on her in the thing, and she's watching and she is just fucking freaking out. She's just getting so mad, so like red hot, just watching this shit and going like, oh my god, god damn those guys, oh my god, I'm gonna get them back, I'm gonna start my own thing, and not apologize ever. It's sort of like 20 minutes of self-destruction insofar as, like, yeah, no, she fucked herself, her whole thing up, and just refuses to make any sort of like apology and just blunders forward. And also you get the feeling like, yeah, an apology probably would be too little too late anyway at this point. And also, like, she is just so spiteful, so angry, so bitter. She could, it's depressing, almost. It's self-destruction writ large. It's just a character making all the worst choices as they try to not have to work at a Denny's, you know. And if you're looking for like what the twist is, how exactly this goes, well, there's vampires, and the vampires really like the cut of her jib, and that's gonna be a whole thing going forward. Why the fuck is not this switch active? Why the fuck can't I use this switch? What the fuck is wrong with this switch? Why is the switch on? There's some things in this game that are like super relatively unpolished. I think this is one of them. Like, just sometimes the switch don't do nothing. It's not on, and there's no indication of that. Would the eyeball be open if it was on? I don't know. If that's been like a language, if that's been like visual language this whole game, I have never noticed it in like 20 years of this game existing. It's not 20 years old. It's like, what, 15? 15, 14, 16 maybe? Mayonaka Punch, I think it is a compelling drama about cancellation. I do think it is interesting that if they gotta cancel a character in an anime, if that's the premise of your show, you go with violence rather than, say, racism. I suppose if it was like a racist cancellation, they, you know, people wouldn't be able to forgive. Whereas, like, I do feel like some people think that, yeah, some people should be punched. And, you know, given the right person that you're sympathetic to, that you can understand the drama, you can get behind a little bit of violence. Whereas, like, yeah, no, if she had been, like, homophobic or something, like, no way. That would be right out. No one would defend that show. No one would be able to sympathize with that character if it was a racist or, like, an untoward, if it was, like, a, you know, like a pedophilia situation, underage girls situation, like many real life social, you know, streamer cancellations have been. One more try of jumping and cheesing this. Hey, we got through. Can I get... What can I get back, though? I can move that over. I can't move that yet. To get into this world, we're gonna need to have whatever tool opens up the tunnels. So I guess that's gonna be the one that is unlocked at the end of, gonna be the one that's unlocked at the end of, like, Jiggoseum there. Okay, so it does open its eyes when it's activated, but it has its eyes closed regardless of whether regardless, while it's standing idle. That's not great. You know what? I opened a way back, so I can now walk back to the town slowly and surely. Obviously the... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Okay, the gate's still closed. Is there any way of getting that box? Doesn't look like there is. Unless I can get out of here some way, somehow. Here's another anime, one that came out today. We're to Tuesday anime now. Watch the first episode of The Magical Girl and the Evil Lieutenant used to be arch enemies. It's a bit much. I like the Magical Girl. She seems low-key, not really that experienced in the ways of the world, I guess. She's just, like, working part-time and doing, like, magical stuff in her free time. And her arch-villain just wants to be with her, just wants to date her and stuff. So he just, instead of being mean, he's nice to her, and in a way that is very, like, overblown. He's very, outspoken. He's too much, is how I would describe him as. He is just a lot to deal with, and, honestly, I don't find the joke of these two are supposed to be enemies, but instead they're lovers. Huh, the like, reflooded. Weird. These two are supposed to be enemies, but instead they're lovers. How quaint. It's like, yeah, no, well, I've seen that before. And, frankly, the enemy is kind of meh. The goody is just sort of low-key. She's just sort of a very reserved character who is just, one of those characters that talks softly and just, nonchalantly all the time, like, oh, yes, I guess that is cake. I don't really, I sometimes forget to eat, you see. Ah, you shouldn't do that. Very well. I will try to remember. Thank you very much. That's sort of her vibe, and I like it, but it doesn't quite, make me want to watch more of it. Also, I'll say it's a 10-minute show. It's a short anime, so, take that how you will. You are perhaps... If that, like, interests you at all, just know that it doesn't really have anything beyond that one joke, and part of that is it doesn't have the time to. Doesn't have the time to go beyond that just very basic setup. And the last anime that I've watched since the last stream. I watched the first episode of No Longer Allowed in Another World. I Am Curious. It's an isekai about probably the most reluctant hero I've ever seen. And that's also how they market it too, so they know. That's, if you look at like the synopsis on Crunchyroll, it'll tell you that. Basically the idea is this guy was fucking suicidal. He was going to do like a double suicide with his lover. And instead, they got hit by a truck. Which, maybe I shouldn't have said, because that moment, that bait and switch, was fucking so fucking funny. Just playing off the trope. Just so damn silly. Like, that just made me laugh really hard. I shouldn't have said that. Honestly, I shouldn't have done that. He ends up in another world, and he wants to see if he can find his lady. Because, you know, apparently what he has been doing in life is he has been trying to kill himself. He's been trying to commit suicide, and it always goes wrong. And now he's in another world rather than dead, and he is kind of depressed about it. He doesn't have much in the way of powers. His stats are really shit, and he doesn't have any like actual abilities. But he sort of wanders out in the world, sort of accidentally almost saves someone. Not intentionally in a way that, or in a way that's like cool, but in a way that's just like, oh, he, by weird coincidence, didn't die to the monster. Instead, the monster died to him. Maybe that's gonna be the running theme, is like, oh, he has such, the fates are just so ready to conspire in his favor that he will always, like, rather than die, something will happen such that the other thing dies. The monster dies instead. Which, it's kind of a good gimmick. I kind of like it. I kind of think it's fun. And also, there's a bunch of girls in the other world. I say girls. There's girls so far. I think one of the characters in the OP is like a little boy. They're fun. And I think that, they're fun, they're funny. I think they had, like, they got the show covered on comic relief, even if the main character is just, like, moping and, just being, like, really reserved in his, like, his attempt to shuffle off the mortal coil. And, you know, maybe do some stuff in the other world in the process. I'm really not sure where that fucking show is going, but I'll say again, I'm curious. I think I'm on board, and I'm ready to see where this thing goes. I'm ready to see where it goes, and how exactly it makes this fucking guy work as a hero. Like, is it just gonna be enemies falling to him by some odd coincidence that prevent them from killing him? Or is it gonna be like he gets some sort of actual power? I'm betting it's gonna be funny. I'm betting it's gonna be weird. My bet, my money is on some bizarre type shit. And that's anime for the last few days. Dear Lord, there were a lot of them. Covered the whole section from Banjo-Land and also into the running around collecting things portion of the stream. Still no retractable wings, still no large propellers, still no small propellers. We're missing a bunch of the best stuff, but I think it is time to return to levels and start knocking them off. My instinct says... Oh, wait, one more. Wait, is that the ice key? Is that the one representing the ice key? It is. Okay, we'll do this one, but it's the ice key. It's one of those it's gonna be cosmetic. It's gonna be cosmetic, sadly. I'll say, as far as anime goes, we have now passed the hill. We're over the hill. We're over the hump. There are relatively few anime left to premiere. I think by Friday there'll be like 3 more, which, you know, maybe I could have held off on watching tonight's anime and then talked about those next time, but whatever, it worked fine. I got a British flag. Don't really want that. I think it worked out fine. And, I think it worked out fine, and I'm looking forward to seeing the last of them. And then, you know, anime will be like a little bit less of a recurring topic as, you know, we get into the heart of the season, and I'm not starting new shows all the time, nor finishing new shows all the time. Though I do need to get around to watching a bunch that I've sort of been neglecting. Not things that aren't simulcast, just like things I've been watching for the first time. I find it a lot harder to find time for a show that's already said and done versus one that's just find a little time every week, 20 minutes every week, and you'll get it done. Just keep up, and it's not that hard. Versus it's just like, yeah, no, make like 3 hours right now, or in the next couple of years maybe. I just find that very hard. Seaside? Maybe this is the closest we can get to here. I think let's go back and we'll do some more Jiggoseum now. Unless I go up on here and see another crate that I want to cash in. Let me just check real fast for crates. 38. How many do I have? Oh, I'm like pretty far away from the boss of this place. We're definitely gonna have to go to some other worlds to get this done. Did I ever check to see if that crate was still, if I successfully got that crate out in the other place? I should probably just double check, you know, before we go to the next world. We should go to Uptown real fast and just make extra sure that that one didn't respawn back into the place that we can't get to. Oh yeah, it respawned. I think it respawned. Oh no, that's the other one. Oh, I guess it didn't respawn and I turned it in. Okay. My memory is shit. Or maybe it was downstairs. Was it downstairs? No, I think it was on top of that little hill, and I think I turned it in. If I do a hold Y, it'll take me somewhere a little better than this. A little more central. All right. Doc's Boggy's Gym. Yeah, Boggy's Gym is closer. Let's, you know what? We'll take a break from the Jiggoseum and these last two levels that we have access to. Let me get that real fast. I'm sorry for wavering a bit, but this game between levels is wandering around the open world, the hub world, trying to find crates. And, well, there's always... Turns out there's always a crate you can find if you're, persistent enough. I believe the one on top of that building is just a cosmetic one. Don't need it. But hopefully this will be retractable wings or retractable propellers. That's what I'm hoping for. I remember having retractable wings for a lot of this game, so maybe there's a lot left. Or maybe, you know, I my memory drastically inflates the later parts where I'm like getting more than I need to. Whatever, let's go. Let's keep on trucking. We're back in the first world, and it is time to do some Nutty Acre business. We need to get some jiggies so that we can do the boss for we can do the boss for Jiggoseum. I think the fourth one is gonna be the boss for Jiggoseum. Jeez, it's been a while since we had like a fucking mission. Dear Lord. Collecting stuff went on for a bit. Protect from enemies, from Gruntbots. Honestly, let's just see what's like, first off. My instinct says that the best defense for Gruntbots is, Banjo and Kazooie. So why don't we just try running alongside Mr. Fit and seeing if I can just man-to-man, defend him. Just defend him with my wrench. Get away! Get away! So far, we have gotten every Jiggy that has been available to us. If this one really sucks, we might not get this one. Like, some of these guys, they just come in and get a hit off on Mr. Fit before you know it. And, if that's how this works, then this might be some bullshit even with a really good vehicle. Like, we'd have to have, like, a cage around him. Which I could do, but it would be, like, broken apart. Wait, what happened? Did I die? Try that one more time. You know, I never said this is be 100%. Obviously, there's a good amount of trophies that we haven't gotten yet. I do feel like that's the way this game is really intended to be played, right? Since you have the trophies, and you know you're not going to get all of those, probably. It is just a good idea to hold yourself to trying to get, like, at least a Jiggy of each one. But I don't know. This one seems like it really sucks. Also, yeah, explosions take us down to all our health. Nearly. So we really gotta watch out here. So those guys, they fly up, which, by the way, if you recall, the egg shooters, you usually put them in a level, like at the level of your car, so those guys go above the level, and even then, you can only really... Okay, you know what? We need to not just not engage with that guy. Just let him hit. Just let him hit the fucker. How long does this guy have to jog anyway? We'll do one more try. And then Mr. Fit is on his own. Gruntbots are a terror to us all. You know. I also hate Gruntbots, so you can just deal with it, man. I don't know, go fire a wrench. Sorry about that. Better you than me. best run over here and hit these guys before they spawn. And that guy just goes into the air where, again, I will note, no vehicle. The vehicles are just very much... The weaponry in this game is not really fit to hit those guys as they jump into the air. I'll say the Gruntbots are probably low-key the worst part of this game, just period, just regardless, just... The weaponry in this game is fun to use, except if you're fighting little guys that hang on to you like little ticks. The weaponry is 1000% not good at dealing with that. Or running up to you and exploding. Like, if you were in a car, what would you do? You couldn't, like, turn around and shoot that guy. That's just not how the cars in this game works. They are not that responsive. Why didn't that guy take more... Okay. Okay, Mr. Fit is going this way. I'm gonna stand in between where this guy is. God damn it. You bastard. Where the fuck did he go? I don't see him. I hear him. Ah, there's a bomb guy. This, is screwed. Yeah, fuck this one. This one sucks. This one's terrible. I'm not doing this one. This ain't 100%. This is not even all jiggies. All jiggy challenges. This is just any percent. I'm just doing this any percent style. That's the first jiggy we've had to give up on. I mean, I guess I could try... Okay, you know what? Let's try. We'll try to do it the right way once by designing a vehicle that puts a cage around him. But it's gonna have to be a damn good cage, considering. These guys are gonna start busting holes in it. We'll build a vehicle. In fact, I wonder if I already have. Let's do a thing that I haven't done, which is look through the existing blueprints that I have from way in the past and see if there's any that is basically just a big box to put a guy in. Big box to put a guy in. All these are beyond my capabilities, so I think that net, jigsaw, all these are beyond what I have, so they're from later in the game, so maybe wasn't intended to be used at this point. Either that, or there's some really obvious boxes that I've missed, and, you know, they just contain some ingredients, some parts that I use all the time previously. Okay, here's what it's gonna be. Let's start with a nice heavy L-pole. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to fix Banjo to the top of a big cage. And let's go with a... Do I not have... Oh, there they are. We'll go with a T-shaped panel here. Should it be transparent or not? I'm gonna go with not. I'm just gonna build it out like this. Maybe we'll put a hole in the side so that we can see. can see what's going on in there, and we can see if Mr. Fit wants to move. Whatever. Get some L panels here. Go ahead and set them up like this. I suppose these guys, they're just gonna blow up my chunks, right? So I'll be able to repair it and remake the shield. And finally, walls. And important thing to note, this is gonna be real tall. We're almost out of heavy panels. Well, I got T-panels. Let's use T-panels for these outside parts. And even better, we'll have the T parts facing out. That's pretty cool. Let me move Banjo up a bit. This will be a good idea. There we go. Now we have more room in there for Mr. Fit. Alright. Get some more T-panels over here. How many do I have? Oh, I have more than half them left. Okay. Can I just select and copy? Use chunks? That'd be handy. Now let me see. I can delete. I can detach. Can I place down like copies? No. That's a bummer. Something of a copy tool would be real handy. But whatever. Hey, how about another card? It's been a minute since the last card, and like I said, we're all out of anime cards, so that's nice. I try to keep things in balance, but look, when there's a lot of anime that just came out, I'm gonna want to talk about it. And it is what it is. Here's another card. Looking forward to traveling, not just this year, but also next. I have been talking for a bit about the trip I've been planning for later this year, for this this fall, big trip to Japan. I've been excited about it, but I'll say I have been thinking recently, just the other day, just now and shit, that like you know, it's the summer and all, and I'm kind of like a little bit like put out to the fact that I haven't had a vacation this summer and won't, because I've been saving my time for the big Japan trip this year. I'll say, by the way, of that trip, just reserved a wireless egg for the extent of that, so that'll be nice. But point is, I'm gonna have some nice trips to think about after next year. I'm gonna make this like little holes in it like this, and they'll be alternating. This looks nice. We'll do like this, yeah. Rotate. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I'm confused. Oh, there we go, like this. Okay. Thinking now about, like, next year, and, you know, what it'll be like the next time I have... Next time I do a more normal... Oh, vehicle have maximum amount of parts? Ooh. Oh, crap. Let me remove a layer then. We'll try to make this work. Anyway, thinking about like where I'll be going next year when I have the chance. And a couple things do come to mind immediately. Like Epic Universe, the new Universal Orlando Park will be open next year. Definitely will be going to that. We'll take a layer away from the bottom as well so I can get some engine parts. Definitely will be going to Universal next year. That'll be exciting. I would like to go to Cedar Point at some point. That's has been on my list for a bit, and though Japan of course takes a much higher priority than a silly trip to just a really good theme park in a really good theme park in the United States of America. Maybe two. I had thought about it and thought like maybe do both it and Kings Island at once. Seems like those two are good as a pair. They're very close to each other and all. That's definitely something I want to pencil in for next year. Another thing I suspect I will do next year will be to do some sort of Jersey Shore type thing. A lot of my family are from like the New York area, and they like to do like a Jersey Shore meetup, family reunion type thing like once a year, and that is always fun. And I'm definitely want to catch the next one. You know, I definitely want to be there the next time that all goes down. That'd be fun. I think that is the plan right now, is for next year for us all to go up there when my sister's, you know, baby is a little more plane capable. And that sounds nice. It'll be nice to see them and spend like a good amount of time with them, and also have my favorite ice cream in the world, Coer Brothers, again. That'll be lovely. Just connect it up like this. As far as other trips go, I think that about covers like everything everywhere I want to go in the coming years. I want to see the Epic Universe soon after it opens. I don't know how soon, but we'll see, you know, how that all comes together. Like, it's a big family thing, like including, you know, my sister and her newborn, or if it's like just, you know, just me going, me, or like my ma. She likes Universal a lot as well. She will definitely be down to go to Universal, but we'll see if it's like a whole full family thing as the date approaches. Let me put some T-poles under the whole thing for support. At least under this side, anyway. We'll see if we have enough room to go around the perimeter. If we can't, we'll pick and choose our battles. Nice. Let's take this to the test track. Travel is exciting. A little slow, but what are you gonna do? Oh, you know what this needs? This needs a propeller that's attached through, like, this needs, like, some propellers. It's like balloons. Yes. And some propellers as well. balloons, propellers. This will allow us to get on top of, the guy. Okay, that'll do. And we need some propellers. Small ones. Can I hook it to the side of these? Apparently. That'll work. 3 there. I'll put 2 on the side of the wheels. Okay. Let's test run real fast. It's too heavy to lift off the ground. The balloons, all they do is they just decrease its grippiness. Do I have more balloons? Yes. As many balloons as possible. Let me put this here. And we'll just get rid of that. That really decreases its friction, and makes it really slippy slidey. But it's not enough to get off the ground. What if I have here, in power, I think I got some jets. I got a jet. See if 1 jet helps. 1 jet here. Wow. 1 jet is good enough to even not require the use of the balloons. Okay. So what I need now I need this to be detachable. That's gonna fall off in the middle of the thing. That there. And then add 2 things. 1, a heavy key panel. And also a detacher. Going like this. Wait, what did I do? Did I delete the... I did. There we go. And honestly, this should probably be a T-pole anyway. Just so it's holding it on in 2 ways. Not sure if this kind of seat... Oh, hang on. Let me put in a strong seat. That's what we should do. A strong seat. No, technically Banjo and Kazooie do not need to be in the cage. They could be outside the cage, like this shit, or on top of it, but, whatever, that's the design. Test it out one more time. With these balloons, the jet becomes a lot more capable of moving it up and down. And I also can slam it down. Detach it, and then it's just a ground vehicle. This is perfect. If this doesn't work, considering the amount of time I spent on it, I will be annoyed. Armor! Fuck, I should have gone with armor. Too late, too late. In fact, it's, we don't have room for armor. One, we don't have the part limits. We have the part limit, we're too close. And two, these panels are not set up to be able to take armor. Oh, damn it. Mr. Fit, you fell off. Okay, lift it off for a second and then slam it down. Yeah, damn it. Did he just teleport? Okay, Mr. Fit. I'm with you. What? What was that? Whatever it was, it put Mr. Fit outside of it, so that's not good is what it is. Okay. Remember to get into ground mode, I have to undo the balloons and also detach the engine. Well, he's certainly doing better than he did last time. Also, if we attach the thing... If we attach the thing, we're suddenly going up rather than forward, which is not good. All repairs also give us... Also fuck us up in other ways. Maybe we could leave the balloons on. No, the balloons fuck up our driving really badly. How much farther do you have to go, also, by the way? Probably right here. Well, I got notes. Wait, no I didn't. I guess he took one final hit. That sucks. This sucks. Fuck this one. We just spent a half hour building a vehicle that didn't work. Well, I guess that's the nuts and bolts experience for you. Fuck. That mission sucks. Fuck that mission. Fuck that mission all the way. Never again. Look, again, Mr. Fit, those Gruntbots, we all hate them. I hate Gruntbots, you hate Gruntbots, we all hate Gruntbots. Gruntbots are shit. They're bullshit, in a word. And, yeah, there's no offense that can take them down other than, like, some sort of self-guiding projectile, which we certainly don't have and won't have until, like, endgame, practically. Or I don't know. The game isn't really designed around fighting Gruntbots, which makes fighting them awkward. And an impossible thing to design around because, yeah, no, I do believe whatever tools you use, you will fall short of it. Jinjo hurling, let's do this. I don't know. Let's just see if we can do it with this vehicle. I don't know. It's big, it's heavy, it can move fast. Oh, it's actually not that fast. This is actually a really bad vehicle for this challenge. Let's see if we can do it anyway. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's bring in that fucking tall boy with the pincer and the boots. That was hurling guys pretty far earlier. Get rid of the helicopter. Physics there fucked us up. He went pretty fast, but not pretty far. Is it Lego? No, this is Nuts and Bolts. This is a game where you build vehicles. It's not dissimilar to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, except this was made like 20 years before. 10 years before? 10 years before Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe more like 15. I got this wacky vehicle, and I'm trying to make this Jinjo go a good distance. There we go. That looks pretty good. Beep beep, yes. That's what cars make. That's the sound that cars make, yes. Hello, I like Jin Soul. How you doing? Alright. Let's see if we can get a Jiggy challenge that doesn't suck. The last one that we tried was really bad. And, oh boy. I hope that we don't start we don't start running into challenges like that everywhere that make me not want to play any further. Challenge like that will be the end of me. But let's hope that this one is nicer. Something like a dumbass race would be nice. Player's choice cheating witch. So it's a race. Easy enough. I'm fighting the witch's cat. I forgot that the witch had a cat. Bus driver falls off and dies. I think it's time to make a new version of my basic vehicle. I accidentally hit exits. Okay, dude. Time to make a new version of the basic vehicle. I've gotten more engines, I think, since the last time I made this guy. The base one. So let's go here. And just, like, add on more engines. Let's see now, power. Engines. Yes, I got one medium and one large. Excellent. Put those there. And, where does the large go? I think we gotta make, like, a block like this. The one medium here. There we go. That works. And let's see, any more fuel? Could add a new medium, but I honestly... For this race, I think we have enough fuel. I'm gonna say we're gonna have enough fuel with the parts that we have. One thing I'll say... Okay, one more tweak. I think let's make these wheels a little farther. And then we'll rearrange the car a bit to make this work. Actually, I don't think I can unless I take one of these and move it over here. Take two of these and move them over to here. And also here. Now, these can go into here. And, what? Oh. Move this one down. Move this one over here. There we go. That looks good. Fast. I'm assuming no water. You know what? I'll put some floaters on there anyway. Doesn't hurt to have floaters. Let's see now. I don't like that. This doesn't look like a good place for it, but... You know what? Let's just go with what we have. I'm gonna save it as the base 2. And let's see if we can, if this is just a really fast. If this is just really fast, I think we'll be able to do this real... Oh, yeah. That, we spent like a half hour working on, like, that other mission that was near impossible. Yeah, this one's easy. Just drive faster than a cat. Whose car isn't very fast? I could have put a jet on this car. Wait a minute. I'm going the wrong way. I went around that the wrong way, but it's fine. Yep. Wait. The one is to the left. Why go the long way? These arrows are sometimes leading me astray. Also, the cat is shooting ice at me, apparently. That's probably what the guy meant by unfair. Okay. Still good. I hear a cat. Okay, gotta go up on the pier here. Can I just walk it in? I cannot. Okay. Let's... You know what? I'm just gonna add, just real quickly, a little bit of protection. A little bit of... Let's not do it. We'll do weapons. Ammo free. I'm gonna add some spikes to the front. We run into that guy again. He's not gonna give us any trouble. That fucking Gruntbot. Gruntbot, what the fuck? This is not my classical design that I used like the last times I played this game. Oddly. Feels weird to have a completely different design, but I guess it makes the sense considering that you know, this game has some amount of variety insofar as how you build your vehicles. I guess I could make this vehicle wider wheels, wider wheelbase. In fact, let's have it be asymmetric. Yes. It's gonna be 4 by something or other. So that means that left side of the vehicle is what Banjo should be on. And this will hopefully result in some slightly better handling. I can move a bunch of parts to the first layer now. That'd be nice. Like pretty much everything can fit into this this one layer. Right, get some more weapons. Ammo free. A spike. And I somehow lost my wheel. I usually do symmetric. I've usually done symmetric when I play this game previously, but you know, 4 blocks across seems like it might be pretty good for like handling and stuff. I need power. This last engine and leaving some fuel on the table, so let's take out some smalls and put in a medium. We'll put 2 more there, and I'll add some more spikes and stuff. Okay. I think at this point, it has stopped being the base. It will now become the metric. Short for asymmetric. The metric 1. I'm gonna assume there'll be more of this line down the line. I'll put a 1 next to it. In my other files, I've always... What the fuck? What in the good goddamn... This is me not touching the stick. Hang on, hang on. Oh, it has 2 wheels! It has 2 wheels on the side! Oops, extra set of wheels. That's the problem. I was wondering if the asymmetric quality was an issue, but no, it has 5 wheels. fucking hell. And yeah, let me put a little more fuel there. Where that extra wheel went. I hope this design is good. Let's find out. Maybe I should have gone to the Tesla track, but whatever. It still seems to control weird as far as left and right goes. I don't know why that would be. Jesus. I wonder if Banjo being off-center really affects it that much. Christ! Are the wheels not touching the ground? Maybe we've reached the point where we need... Oh, maybe it's also just the cat has spewed us with... has used a trick. Oh! Maybe that's what the guy meant by not fair. There's like a orange gun on the back of her thing. Hard to get around it's hard to not get into its line of fire. Also, this thing seems to be performing poorly even without interference. And just, yeah, tending to the left. Maybe an asymmetric design doesn't work. I thought you could have the cockpit be wherever the fuck in the vehicle you wanted, and it wouldn't make a difference. Let's try it on the Tesla track. Oh yeah, well... yeah, this thing definitely... Okay. It seems to struggle with turning. You know what? I mentioned earlier, I have a classic solution to that I have employed in the past. That is one engine, ideally symmetric engines, honestly, pointing downwards. Where's a good space for it? Okay, I got one engine pointing downwards. Let's see if this helps its performance. Because it now has a vertical facing engine, it thinks it's a helicopter, but it's just a car. This thing... is it tilting forward? Kinda looks like it's tilting forward. Like the back wheels aren't on the ground or something. I think I just have to abandon the idea of I think that a four across just doesn't work. I think we need a symmetric design. So let's go in the other direction. And do like a one-wheeled monstrosity. Or two-wheeled monstrosity with as many engines as possible. Also, jet propulsion. We'll do, like, some stuff here around the pilot, or around the driver. But other than that, we'll just have it be, pretty streamlined. I think let's prefer big engines to small engines. I don't know the math, which is better, but I reckon probably the bigger they are, the stronger they are, the more efficient they are. It's not how it works in real life. Bigger engines are famously gas efficient. Well, I guess just a bigger vehicle burns more gas to go less far, just by the nature of physics. So regardless of how, like, efficient it is to have more engines, the fact that you have more weight negates a lot of the effect. This one doesn't even have wings. Why is it starting up above? Just because it has jets? I need more gas. That gas was not holding up that well. Also, quite honestly, it's probably better to have more wheels, so I'm just gonna put on some more. We'll just do 3 wheels. And we'll leave off one of those things of gas. Three. The 3-wheeler. Let's see if this works. Well, it's fast. But it doesn't handle good. And also, we're getting wrecked by ice. This is probably worse than what we had before. The 3-wheel design is not a good design. I know this is, probably should not be a surprise. But maybe 2 wheels would have been better even. Still, I'm winning. It's not like this is impossible. It is very fast. I'll give it that, but it's gonna struggle on this last trick. Turning and going up a very short ramp. Oh, crap! Oh, wow, at the last second. Literally, like, fractions of a second off from getting a trophy. I'll take it. That's fine. That's fine. we have spent longer than I expected maybe in this area, but these have suddenly gotten a little bit challenging. These things. How about another card? Follow up on how dropping Marvel Snap and language apps has gone, aka looking at Twitter again, and I'm still tired. So last week, I talked about how I was dropping language apps, and like a few weeks before that, dropped Marvel Snap. So that was just a big distraction from my day just gone, and language apps also were a big thing that I had to always remember to do every day, even if I wasn't paying attention. Even if they're just doing like the quickest thing that I could possibly do, it still took like attention, and always made me go like, okay, well, once midnight rolls around, I go and do the quickest thing I can to get that streak locked in, and yeah, without that, it's been nice. I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Midnight comes around, and it's like, who gives a fuck? A knock-on effect I hope to take advantage of soon is that, well, in the future, I can go to sleep before midnight if I want to, without waking up in the morning going like, okay, I gotta remember, make a reminder, Japanese, you know, that sort of thing, because now I just don't give a fuck, and it's all, nice. That said, I still have been staying up late, and, just watching Star Trek Voyagers late into the night sometimes, and I really shouldn't. I really should cool it and just, you know, I can watch them in the morning, I can watch them after work. Whatever the fuck, it's fine. In fact, usually I'd say, like, I have trouble finding enough content to watch. I'm not really in a place where I need to just burn my content. I could savor it, but that's hard. Psychologically, I guess. What are we doing? Okay, I guess let's just go. What? What the fuck? Why is it stuck? Oh, it's just the back looked like the front. This don't fit. I'll also say, in my now that I don't have like Marvel Snap to look at these days, I've been like, in addition to like Discord, which of course I pull up regularly throughout the day, when I can't find anything interesting to look at there, I often end up pulling up Twitter, which feels really weird since I haven't really done that on the regular that much since like the heyday of it having an application and not being busted. You know, it doesn't feel good to just pull it up and look at random tweets of people I don't know. You know, it feels like, ah, yeah, that's funny. And then I sort of go like, what the fuck? What am I doing? Is that... I don't want to necessarily just go back to that after all this time. Especially in a version where I have no control over what tweets I see, and it's all just people I don't know, honestly, being like weird with each other. Like I tell you, a lot of people online. Wait, what? Okay, I think the idea more is to do it the other way. Bring the thing to the thing. I think bring the coconuts to the coconut thingy-majig. God damn it, looks like this should go the other way. Anyway, I'll tell you what I feel like with Twitter. right now. Haven't been looking at it a little too often. It's not just that it's strangers. It's also the fact that... Wait a minute. I think that would have worked what I did, except I was sucking up things that weren't coconuts. You know what? Let's do that again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's just walk. Fuck it. That vehicle wasn't working very well anyway. I think that it's not just the people I don't know, but also a lot of people getting really angry about stuff. Honestly, as a person, I'm not really the kind that likes to just look for things to be angry about. I will be angry about something if it seems like it's important, and if it's like, you know, something that matters to me personally. But like, I'm not going around there looking for videos of like, this guy is an asshole. And other stuff like that. I just look at that stuff and go like, man, why is this on my feed? I feel like, with Twitter these days, I reckon, or people being like really snippy with each other, I feel like the fact that people don't have control of their feeds now makes it much easier to get into that mode of just like, I am going to be snippy with this other person who I don't give a fuck about. And you could just not. You could just not. People are really snippy online, of course, that is nothing new, but I feel like being more sequestered in Discords, it's easier to shield from it, to be like, apart from it, and then, you know, looking more at the Twitter, especially a Twitter that I don't have control over, and seeing like, oh, hey. What's a good example of that? I don't know. It's all sorts of banal stuff, all sorts of little things, videos, and I'll tell you a thing I don't like in, like, the modern social media age. A video that, is just a video, you know, just whatever. And they put over it just the text like, watch until the end. Or that's in the title or something. And I feel like, yeah, everyone who puts up a video wants you to watch towards the end. And would probably say like, yeah, it's good until the end. You know, maybe a 4-hour VOD of a stream, like, yeah, well, maybe not. But at the same time, it's just like, yeah, that's just so redundant. And if it's ever a lie, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I saw, I don't know why this was on my Twitter, but I saw, like, a video that was just like, wait until the end. And it was just like a bunch of kids, I say kids, 20-somethings. Of legal age, I'm sure, mixing some sort of random drink, and it had Everclear in it. I guess the joke was they put Everclear in it. I don't give a fuck. Why do I give a fuck? Your drink tasted bad? I've seen better drink reactions. I've seen better, like, horrible food reactions. Like, man, I bet Everclear has nothing. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's very, very, very strong. But, like, I've seen hot ones. I've seen people do beans that were hot. I've seen people do the nasty beans. I've done nasty beans. Like, I gotta imagine a thing that is, like, 10% Everclear and, like, 10% Sprite, 10% lemonade, that shit. It's like, yeah, well, I don't give a shit. Twitter doesn't know me, I guess, is the problem. It doesn't know what I like. And I told it, like, not that. Not that. That's not very funny to me. I'm sorry to say. We're racing. Flights. Let's do it. Any customizations we can make? Well, we can just lose a lot of this superfluous, framing stuff. That's all extra. This doesn't, like, have any sort of, like, aeronautical effect, right? Like, it's all nonsense. Also, we can drop these because it's holding onto the wings just like that. Also, can move this. Got these two. Get rid of that. Now the fuel will be our connection to the backside. Let's flight train. I'll say the upper reaches of this map are cool. There's like a bunch of gears and stuff, and a bunch of rings. And honestly, if you're looking for the best place to drive in a circle in Nuts and Bolts, it's around the rim of the outside. It's very cool. It's very fun, and it's probably the most fun place to drive in a big circle in the game. And there's like practically nothing in your way. It's nice. That sounds sad in retrospect that I just spent time just driving around in circles, literal circles, in the skybox of a map. But I'll tell you, they're great circles, and the vehicles are always just a little bit squirrely, such that it's kind of fun when you pull it off. I'll say it's fun. It's good. I like it. Would recommend. Nothing sad about that. Nothing sad about that. It's fun, and I like it. Gotta do a buzz by. Buzz by? Fly by? A barn buzz? Barn buzz? Barnstorm? I've flown before in this game, Bottles. For what it's worth. Fuck. Okay. Okay, good. I can just reattach it. Anyway, social media fills me full of thoughts, and I guess what I'm looking for is a distraction that I can just pull up on my phone at any time that isn't too detrimental to my mental health, and I haven't found it. Maybe just looking at more Discords would help. Like, I currently track 2 on the regular. Maybe I should start doing a 3rd. And a couple channels from like a few random ones. I don't know though. Maybe that would help. Maybe that would help pass the time. Something where I could always just see some Discord messages. A server fast enough where that's the case. Maybe it would be nice to look at more regularly, but I don't know. It's tough to find things to waste time when you don't have to do otherwise. Alright, I think we're done with this world as far as the things I want to do right now. Though I will show you right now real fast. Here's those loops I was talking about. See, this one, you can drive around it. You have to be a little careful about, like, going around the cogs. But I think it's feasible. And that's kind of fun. The other one is over here, around the whole perimeter. You have to go around those struts, but that is fine and good. And this is the least obstructed... This is the least obstructed circle to drive around in the game. I do believe. Certainly my go-to. if ever I want to just drive in a circle and have a good time. Obviously, your vehicle probably needs to have, like, it'd be best if your vehicle had wings so it could fly up here itself, in addition to, tires and stuff. But I don't have the equipment for that right now, so whatever. Jesus. That was a while in that area. We got 3 more. Oh, Christ. How are we for the trophy jiggies, I wonder? Pretty far away from the boss. Okay, nothing here. We still haven't gotten the retractable wings yet. I'll say, with the amount of notes we're getting from missions, we really don't need to actually seek them out actively, do we? Well, we got large propellers. That's pretty good. RoboFix is pretty decent. I can just buy whatever. We're doing so many missions. We're getting so many notes. It's immaterial. So we're at 32. To get into the boss of world of the Jiggoseum. How many do we need? $38. So we need 6 more. This one has 4. So we'd be too short if we did that one. I wonder if we can cash in Jinjos. Let's cash in Jinjos. God, I would like to... Okay, here's my thought. Here's my thought right now. Let's do 2 more Nutty Acres. 2 more Nutty Acres. We'll then go to... We'll do another area of Nutty Acres. How about that? Getting a little late. It is like 1 a.m. This has been a long stream. I want to keep going. I can, you know, tomorrow is a work from home day, so I can sleep a little longer than I would on any such day. That's why I stream on Tuesdays, as I've often said. Alright, go on. I forgot what I was gonna do. What was I gonna do other than going to the level and get more jiggies? Jinjos, right, yes. Let's see if we can cash in any Jinjo stuff. Get something good maybe. And then we'll go and do 1 more Nutty Acres area. Maybe just some of it if it turns out there are some really annoying ones there. Have a purple one so I can get... Oh, hang on. Oh. Oh, I want one of these. But there's so many. This is one thing I've been looking for ages, is some wings. Well, let's see. I think we start working towards that. You pick them up? Oh, we can pick them up if we want to move them. Maybe they get locked in after they score 1 or something. That'd be reasonable. You know what? We just need one green and we can get some wings. Let's keep an eye out for any greens. Green Jinjos is what we need right now. And that would get us one of the best things in the game. Also, we should use the fast travel more. Just town square. Okay. Little more Nutty Acres. Act 5. Oh, this looks like it might be a lot. This Nutty Acres has some waves, apparently. That's the biggest change here. Let's do, we'll do a couple of jiggies here. We'll take our pick. Back to the base 2. If we could get a green Jinjo, that would be ideal. Also, keep an eye out for Jinjos and hope they're green. But, not a priority, I guess. Okay, what's up with this? From the giant crate pile, Mumbo's finest coconuts need to be collected and put into the farmyard hopper. Larger coconuts are worth more points. Okay. This is the perfect thing for the heli lift big. Let's go. Also, how about another card? It's been a while since a card. Y'all have a million things you want to get around to? I'll say, despite saying earlier that I was looking for things to waste time, I do have a million things to get around to. Problem is, most of them aren't like things that I can just do in a minute, you know? Not things that I can just do apropos of nothing. They take energy, and as a result, energy and or the computer. I have to be at the computer, I have to be at my desk, I can't be reclined, I have to use my keyboard and crap. And that makes it a lot harder to get around to, it turns out. That won't fit for now. Till we deliver some of these. Very weird how it tries to place them on top rather than in the empty spots. That's less good. Let's deliver what we got. I always just have a million things to get around to, and I'll tell you, I made like a fuck, cock. Those two coconuts look very phallic. I should have had like a guard to hold them all in. Come on, Banjo, not like that. Use the big opening side. How many points is this big one anyway? Is this like 500? Is this like half? Okay, we just need one small one now. Oh wait, that's just to get a Jiggy. Well, a Jiggy's fine. Wait, is this gonna be a case where I can just take the coconut sucker again? I forgot about that. I forgot this was Taskmaster style, where you could just take the... Nothing said I can't take the coconut sucker back to the coconuts. Oh, that's faster. This game is a little bit Taskmaster, insofar as creative solutions to problems are encouraged. Let me see. Yeah, it comes off. Yeah, you can take it to the coconuts. Let's do that again, but we'll do it the right way. And we'll get the trophy as well. Anyway, what was I saying? Got a lot of things to get to. I made a list just the other day. I made a list on my Things app, which allows me to track things I need to get to, like for big projects and for streaming and such, or for big trips. But this is just a general backlog that I listed out. Here's the list. Exercise. Need to exercise more. That's just more of a good habit type thing. Need to catch up on Twitch clipping. There's like 6 months of clips of 6 months of streams that haven't been clipped up yet, so there's plenty of good moments that could become YouTube shorts if I go looking for them. Backlogged reviews. I've been trying to write all my reviews. I've been trying to move my game collection over to backlogged and rewrite all the reviews in the process, and I only got up to like 2018 before sputtering out. I think the review of God of War stymied me. Like, how do I sum up my thoughts on God of War in a nice, concise way that makes a 4 out of 5 make sense, when I think later on I gave the second game more of a 3 out of 5. I was a little more mid on it. Maybe it should be more of a 4 out of 5, but maybe they're both 4 out of 5 is the secret, but I don't know. I really didn't feel that strongly about the second game. I think I like the first one more for reasons I can't quite explain, which makes writing a review 7 years later difficult. There's anime that I need to watch as far as like old shows that I started years ago, or rewatches that I literally been sitting on the last episode of for 6 months, or longer in the case of some other shows that have just been waiting for their chance to get seen. The Super World needs to be finished. I'm way behind on podcasts, like months behind on the podcasts that I listen to. And there's some anime music stuff that I need to attend to every now and again. That's more of a just seasonal thing I need to do, just grabbing stuff and making sure it all looks nice. Gathering up all the stuff I want to listen to. There's a lot just to spend your time on in addition to playing video games and having fun. It's just that playing video games, having fun doing streams, these things are easy and don't take that much in the way of energy. Though I guess streaming does take energy, it's just, man, I can do it from my couch and it's nice and it's fun. And I get to talk about all the shit I've been meaning to talk about. This sand sucks. Maybe it was the sand that was fucking up my driving, rather than the car previously. Let's see what Klungo wants. Cooking? Heating up the egg and taking it back to him, but don't break it. It's a fragile egg, so we'll need one that can take it safely. Okay. Let's just take this one and add some padding. Here we go. We'll add some, air cushions. We have 4 of them, so 1 here. One here. One here. One here. And we'll now attach it using some light, cubes. Simpler than messing around with multiple different kinds of connections for like a pole situation. It'd be cool if you could like automatically do poles and just have it so it just made a mesh of poles. If that was like possible as like a tool assist type thing. But that'd probably be weird for reasons, and also you don't want to take that away from players, that choice. So where's the egg? Alright. That's smaller than I thought it would be. Okay, well, let's go dunk this in the volcano then. I don't know. You think just the top of the volcano or just the volcano water, maybe? Or it has to get actually into lava? I'm not sure. Let's go in. Slowly. It is now done. Let's go deliver it. This egg has been very well behaved, despite my my precautions being apparently entirely the wrong. It's not being helped. Hey, nothing there. Maybe the air pads are doing something. I don't know, but doesn't look like it to me. I wonder if we could get to him faster by like dropping it. And now we're not getting it before it's a trophy. We'll make do with a jiggy. I like jiggies. Jiggies are fine. All right. He likes it, I think. He said it was chewy. I think he probably likes chewy though. Let's change back to this dumbass helicopter. That was doing good for getting around. Here's another card. It's sometimes hard to balance stream games versus on-stream games. This is something I think about a lot these days. You know, streaming and stuff. I think very much about like, okay, well, if I want to replay something off-stream when I'm bored, it's hard to do that. Tell me you're green. Barely tell the color with the holograms. The ways that those look. That guy is not green. He's not green, right? Right? Can you see, like, how many Jinjos are in each level? Like, totals or something? I don't know if where you would see that, but maybe at the door would tell you. It's a struggle, I'll say. And it's a silly thing, right? Like, okay, well, you know, I'm bored at night. I'd like to play something, but I look at the thing I want to play and think like, well, that could be content. And honestly, I kind of have in mind everything I want to play for like the next year. Honestly, like, I want to do some RPGs next. I got 2 of them. And then after that, I think a smattering of random rare games that haven't come up yet. I think would be nice, especially if I did some gimmick where it was random which one came up next. I think that'd be fun. Okay. A water vehicle with weapons. Let's go with the mermaid machine, and then we'll add some weapons onto that. And let's just go ahead and add some ammo. Medium. Ammo. Add to the underside here. Anyway, I know I probably should just not worry about it and just play what I want to play and just have a good time. And if I want to play it as a stream game later, I can. And it'll be long enough where I will have forgotten it. But let me just gets all in my head about it and just, you know, just wants to hold on to that stuff. And as a result, I find, like, right now, I'm just always struggling with, like, what I should play next. And frankly, as far as, like, off-stream games go, I have no idea. I have nothing I want to play. Just waiting for something to come out, basically, is where I'm at. And it's been a while. I got into Hollow Knight. That's been fun. But I think I'm just about done with that, and there's nothing else in sight. Maybe I should try some more Game Pass games, you know, while it's not too horribly priced. That price hike, damn. I'll say I like having access to all the games that come with it, but is it $3 $60 games a year? I don't know if there's 3. There's maybe like 2. And with $20 a month, that'd be 3. 15? Wait. No, that's 4. That's 4 $60 games a year. What the fuck? When does Game Pass have 4 really good Game Pass games a year? Usually they get like 1 or 2 or 3, which I'm happy to pay for some reason. But I guess they'll have Call of Duty. But like, that's not something for me. I don't care about that myself, but oh, hey, that'll be nice for the people who like Call of Duty. They really need to not do that. Specifically because the law says they can't. They need to fuck the fuck off and, you know, figure that shit out. I guess let's do like we'll do like a forward-facing weapon array. Also do a side-facing array so we do some drive-bys. We'll try this out. Mermaid. Of war. Okay, let's go. These Gruntbots are not our friends. Where the fuck's my grenade eggs? I'm lacking a button for the grenade eggs. What the hell? Why didn't it... Fuck you. Assigned... God damn it. Okay. Lesson learned. You do it like that. We weigh too much. Sinking like a rock here. Or did I undo the floaties? Let me just test the track real fast. really cool that they spawned me up on land, even though this is really just a water vehicle that has wheels so it can do ramps and stuff. Very cool of them. Maybe it should have some balloons so it could like lift off its back half so that it could drive on its front wheels. I bet that would work. So long as it wasn't enough to lift it into the air, which this thing is pretty heavy. It would need a good amount of balloons to lift into the air. Seems to be not sinking. But let's just pop on a couple more floaties just for shits and giggles. Hopefully this asymmetry won't be an issue. Okay, let's go. Again with the default. Why does it default like this? What the fuck? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. I seem to be drifting. A slight tilt of the of your ship, your vehicle, can be enough to counteract. Can be enough to throw off the aim such that you cannot hit a single nutty, a single grunt nut. What the fuck? They are insufferable beings. At the very least, in this place, in this area, they're like in the ocean, so they're like a fixed level, pretty much, kind of, sort of, not as much as you would like. There we go. Fucking grunt nuts. Man, I hate grunt nuts. We've gotten 3 of these. Did say we do some, but it doesn't have to be all. A purple Jinjo doesn't get us what we need. Let me see what she's got. That's Mr. Patch from Banjo-Tooie. Use a flying vehicle that can shoot him. Okay. Fun. I haven't built a proper flying build. Then again, actually, come to think of it, this does call for the heligun, don't it? This is a silly vehicle for this, considering it has... I don't know, though. It goes pretty fast. How close do you have to be to the fucking patches to get them shot? Pretty goddamn close. Man, I wish I had something to auto-aim. The thing about the grenades that kind of suck, low-key, let's do some redesign here. They kind of suck low-key is that they don't have any range. Or rather, the grenade effect doesn't give it, like, more reach. It's just a more powerful hit. Ostensibly. What I want to do is I want to make, like, a... I have 5 A guns, so let's make, like, an array like this. And also, we'll add, one propeller here. Oh, we got large propellers now. We'll just replace that one. And we'll add a small propeller in lieu of this Kick Me box. And we'll call this heligun Smart. This is the new heligun. It's a little smarter than the old heligun, but I still like the old one, for what it's worth. The old one did us well, considering it was ridiculous and had no right being as good as it was. Come on, dude. Turning ability of this, a bit of a liability. And also, I'm running low on ammo. We're about halfway through the targets. Turn around here. This camera's terrible. Looking down rather than towards what I'm shooting at. I'll say, this game obviously did inspire a lot of what makes Tears of the Kingdom great. Let it not be said that it's as good as Tears of the Kingdom. Like, no. It's, has a lot of like, quality of life issues that are quite bad. And I think it is just due to, like, how original of an idea that this was. That it, you know... Oh, fuck, this guy's come to shoot me down. It, like, works as well as it does. Two more. One of them is in shadow. That's not good. It's not nice. One more. I have, like, no ammunition. How is this gonna work? I also don't see it. I think it's on this inside of the leg. Maybe not. Maybe not. I can't see the patches. The lighting is not great. Please design your lighting model in a way that I can see what I need to shoot. If you want me to shoot patches. Also, the camera is not helping. On the underside of his mouth or something? Oh, maybe it's on the, like, under his nose. Literally a second. It literally just went from trophy to notes. Christ. Let me add, more ammo. This was not enough ammo. This will also add more structural support. What else do we need? Gadgets. How about spotlights? You know, I'm gonna put these on, but I remember these being next to useless, so let's see. Let's do it. Yeah, they're weird. They just sort of light up you. Not like what you're looking at. It's not like a beam of light. They did not model... Well, actually, they do light up things that are nearby well enough. Maybe this will be fine. This is not how spotlights work, though. It's more like a giant light bulb than it is a spotlight. And how it's, works in the game here. Like, right now, it's lighting up something that the spotlights are literally not pointed at. That's not how spotlights work. I don't know why, when they got working like this, why they didn't just say, like, oh, let's make it a light bulb instead. Fuck the spotlight. Maybe because vehicles don't have light bulbs, typically. Like, outside of them, because why would they? Because that's terrible. And indeed, yes, this is pretty not great. There's a couple on his chest there. There's 8. Okay, let's see. This side, maybe? Not sure where the remaining spots are, but we'll at least get a Jiggy. Spot them quick enough, and we do as nearly as good. I lost the propeller. I know Wumba, but I can't find his patches. They are hidden. Flying controlled a lot better in the original Banjo games. Egg aiming is a lot better than this. There, back of the head. And also the back of that little thingamajig. And right there, and right there. I see them both. Okay. Fucking good. Well, let's see what the last one is here. I have at least tried every Jiggy. Oh, actually, there's 2 left. It's getting late. Let's I think it's time to start calling some audibles here. And the audible I'm gonna call is let's go do some Jiggoseum. I think it's time to start picking and choosing our battles, and I'm full up of this world. Next time, we're gonna have to start remembering that the worlds are not completed. You know, there's still work to be done in them, but yeah. Let me just do a quick check real fast. There's 3 Jinjos in there. Let me just see if I can find the 3rd one. Maybe the 3rd one is green. Like, wait, yeah, there's like there's 6 colors, so 1 in 4 chance it's green. Take the hella gun. How hard is it to find Jinjos, I wonder? We found 2 of them without even really trying. Are they on the map? I should look at the map more, maybe. They just have, like, little tiny holograms pointing them out. The green will get me what I want right now, more than anything. Which is the ability to, oh yeah, they're just really small bubbles. And you also have to contend with the fact that there is a draw distance. Maybe even if you looked at them from... Maybe you can't even spot them unless you're close enough for them to draw in. I'll say again, it's very weird that the game has you exploring the same place, like, several different times. Okay, that's not green. That was yellow. Same area, multiple times, no difference, other than different Jinjos and different NPCs. Let me look for the one there. I really just need a green Jinjo. If I can get them... If I can get one, that means... You know, we just get a lot more mobility. We get the one of the most important items in the game. Retractable wings. Maybe, though, it's time to give this up for now and just accept that that'll be a next time thing. Hopefully. I'll accept it in a second, soon as I can't find a Jinjo. Yeah, I can't find a Jinjo. I'm gonna check inside the volcano. And they're not here, so... Yeah... What are you gonna do? I feel like these Jinjos are more meant to just be stumbled upon randomly through chance, and if you miss them, that's fine. You only need so many. It's just that we need one more of a certain color, and then we can do a cool thing. All right. So then, let's go back over the Jiggoseum where we started the stream and try to get to the Jiggoseum's boss. It's really late, so let's just focus a little bit on just getting the jiggies that are needed. Oh, wait. I gotta cash these in. Okay. Focusing on the jiggies that are needed. And, let me see if I have enough to do if I have enough to get another trophy one. I do. So, we only really need one to get to the next, to get to that boss fight. And it is really late. I don't want to go through a whole another area. So we'll just do a bit more Jiggoseum and a boss fight. Okay. Let's go over there and see what's what. Okay, let's just confirm. I'm just gonna confirm really fucking fast now. 38 jiggies is what I need for the next door. Okay. Jiggoseum, Act 3. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get one jiggy. Let's make it a good one. I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna be picky. Well, maybe I'll get more. Let me see. How many cards do I have left? Coincidentally, I have a couple. That was annoying. The Gruntbots are getting worse. The Nutbots, the Grunt Nuts. Whatever the fuck. I'd kind of like to do one that's just Log's choice, because that would simplify things a bit right now. And I feel like at this point in the stream, let's not get bogged down creating a vehicle that will do any specific task. Let's just... Tell you what, let's do all the Log's choices here. We'll do any of these 4 that is Log's choice. And if none of these are Log's choice, we'll see. We'll think about that when we come to it, which might be. Here's a card. Follow up on doorbell last stream. Last stream, doorbell rang in the middle of it, and I heard it and was like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna go answer that because I don't give a fuck and I'm in the middle of a stream, but what the fuck? And I didn't, I went and looked, like, after the stream, which was, like, hours and hours and hours later, so no one was there, but I think I might have cracked the code, like, a few days after. Because I remembered that, it has been said that the naughty fucking annoying kids out there, fucking bastards, apparently have taken to doing things such as throwing rocks or doing doorbell ditching, so that seems to me like the most likely candidate, that a kid was just being a dick. I can't think of any reason why someone would ring my doorbell at like 8 p.m. while I was listening to game music at normal on my headphones, you know, so quietly, and just talking in a normal volume. Like, it wouldn't be like a noise complaint. It wouldn't be something else. I'm not stomping around, I'm sitting down. The only thing that makes sense is fucking kids being fucking annoying. I wish they would stop. And stop being there. I need to, get into a house, I suppose. Okay, these are all your choice, so we can't take it easy for any of these, but I'll tell you, I think the heli lift big is gonna be what we need. The heli lift big is perfect for this task. This is almost too big, even for the heli lift. The heli lift big. Okay, so we got 2 minutes to make as many dunks as we can. God damn it, Mario. God damn it. We need to make this thing a little bit taller. We need a heli lift that's even bigger. Just a small tweak, though. Just a little bit more body. It is the height, right? And not like the distance between these 2 spokes. I hope. I haven't needed the dumping function yet of this. Dumping function has gone entirely unused, unfortunately. Here's another card. What's going on with baby names these days? I was talking to my sister. You know, she has a newborn. Well, she's like going on 6 months, around about half a year, whatever the fuck, since his birth. And she was telling us and my parents as well about the baby names they have these days. And like, none of them are normal. There's a bunch of, they're all weird and strange. And I get the idea is that like, yeah, our generation likes unique names, but how come, like, apparently Maverick is like top 20 for boys, or gender neutral. I'm not sure which list it is top 20 on, but Maverick has no place being above like a normal name like Richard, or apparently. I said like, wait, when I heard that I was like, wait, you're saying Maverick, which by the way, if you think about it, it's not a bad name. It could be shortened to Rick easily. I was like, wait, you're telling me Maverick is more popular than Rick? And apparently Rick is already a nickname, short for Richard. But I don't know, I feel like people wouldn't necessarily know that, and you can definitely name a kid Rick if you want. I bet there's people who are just named Rick right now. My grandpa, who's dead, both my grandparents are dead, but you know, I had two grandparents. Both were named Jack. One was actually named John, and Jack is a nickname. The other was just named Jack, and apparently my great-grandparents didn't know it was supposed to be a nickname. But I don't know, it's a real name to me. I think Jack is a perfectly valid name, and I think Rick is too. A lot of names started out as being nickname versions, and just eventually everyone realized that eventually people realized that you can make any name into a name, you know, even a nickname, and it's all fine and good and everyone likes it. I'm surprised though. One thing I'll say is that I did look up when I was hearing about that, right? I did look up and say like, well, I remember ages ago like Khaleesi and shit like that was popular. So have there been like House of the Dragon themed names? Are there any Aegons running around? Some Viseryses. I feel like you don't do Viserys because it's hard to spell, but Aegon's easy to spell. I feel like there should be some Aegons running around, but apparently there are not. And that's interesting to me. I don't know. They should do more normal kids' names, but ones that are relatively uncommon. I don't know. I feel like it's weird, this shit that is just like so weird and just I've heard like that just like Rivers is a name apparently now. And my dad was actually less surprised than I was on some of the names like that, because he's like, yeah, well, there's a bunch of basketball players now with the name, and probably where they got the idea is that there's basketball players who are famous or whatever. They're named after that shit, after those particular people, and that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. Jack's not a bad name. I think there's a lot of names that you can use from the past that would be good. I don't know. I'll say, like, naming a kid seems like it's a fun thing that, you know, that's a little bit more exciting than naming a dog. And I like named dogs. I would like to name a dog. But I don't necessarily care enough, say, to be that interested in rearing children. It seems like a whole pain in the ass, besides the part where you get to name them. Like, that's nice and all, but it seems like it's a lot of work after that, and also it's a whole commitment. And also you need a lady, or like a partner. And, that's just not even in my backlog. There's a million things I want to do that I am putting before any of that stuff, because that's hard. We haven't actually done any jumping. We haven't made a jumping vehicle yet. Let's, I got 2 more cards real fast. Let's return the show downtown. Let's cash in our Jiggy. Let's get this. Let's get the access to the boss. I hope this is the boss, or else I have been building up to nothing, and that would be sad. Oh hey, what's in that crate? Let's get that Jiggy turned in. Let's get this box turned in. And also let me do the 1 card. One of the last cards that I have. I have 2 left. It's fine. Good. Go fast. While I'm fiddling around with this box and the Jiggy. Is children entertainment worse now? While I was hanging out, my family, including my sister and baby, and her baby, I saw on the Disney Plus, which I guess is, I could have seen at any point, but I saw on the Disney Plus on the Roku the Ariel show that they have for babies, and dear Lord, is it hideous. I think that's some of the worst. That Coco Melon, it has like a Coco Melon style, right? Apparently, that's what the baby's like. I just think it looks hideous, and I don't really care whether kids find it easier or not, babies find it easier or not. I feel like kids' entertainment used to be good, right? Like, randomly, while we were looking at stuff, my dad pulled up some old sing-alongs that, you know, we used to have as kids, right? Like, he had the VHS. He pulled up the VHS from YouTube. Folding wing! There we fucking go. Fuck, next time we'll make a really good basic vehicle that has folding wings and springs, and yeah, that'll be how we start. That'll be how we start next time, let's say, but Fuck, I feel silly to have missed that this whole fucking time. It's good to have a vehicle that can do everything. And a vehicle with retractable wings can basically do most of the things you want a vehicle to do. Floating wings, folding wings, floaties, and spring. I think that, you know, back in the day where they just took the Jungle Book, which is a great movie, and they showed it to kids who just couldn't get it, and that was it. Or like weird little short animations like, apparently, according to my parents, when I was a babe, my favorite that I fell asleep to apparently was, that cowboy needs a horse. Which, yeah, that's a good-looking bit of animation. It's a little straightforward and simple, but you understand it's for, like, little kids. But it looks good. And this Cocomelon type crap, it's hideous. It looks, and I'm sure it is, very cheap. I think it's depressing, and I think that kids should be exposed to good things. I don't know if I have a good reason for that other than, like, yeah, I think kids should see good things so that they can develop good taste. I feel like if they're shown bad things, they might develop bad taste. You know, if they're, like, raised by the iPad and, like, simple games that are, like, no effort whatsoever, you know, just like the balloon popping thing from Rick and Morty, I feel like they'll come out weird. You know, back in my day, my first game was Donkey Kong Country. The first game I loved, anyway. And that was great. Not to say I didn't have, like, kids games on my computer. I had Spelunks. I had a lot of other stuff that was pretty good, and I liked it. I had learning games. I had Putt-Putt. I had, like, an adventure game or two other than Putt-Putt. I had, Putt-Putt and Fatty Bear, a minigame collection. Good shit! Kids could learn a thing or two from Putt-Putt and Fatty Bear's minigame collection, whatever it's called. It's not called that. Putt-Putt and Fatty Bear's, Fun Pack or something. It's some sort of pack, I think. Anyway. You can see now the Jiggoseum's been flooded, by the way. A whole thing of this cool thing is that the Jiggoseum's been flooded, which is pretty neat. This is the biggest change that a level ever gets in this game, is that the water fills this arena, and it's kind of cool and neat. Wish it did things more like this more often, but it doesn't, sadly, this game. There's like one thing that is on this level, and the rest is just nothing, time of day type stuff. I'll just do one more card real fast. Was this a good ratio of anime to not anime this stream? There were like 12 anime cards that I had to go through, 12, 15, somewhere in there. And that took a while. Took us all the way from when we got into Banjo-Land all the way to when we got back to Nutty Acres. I think that was probably a couple hours, but I think we've had a couple hours since then. We found, you know, we had other cards to talk about other things. I think that was all good. I think this was a good ratio of cards to have. I'll say, maybe a few too many. Maybe I would have been happier to end earlier if I had run out of cards already. Then again, I did want to see this boss fight. I did want to get here. Maybe that's silly. I'm always in search of a stopping point when I do these streams. Always in search of a nice climactic thing. So this is water polo. I need a floating vehicle that can get can move balls around. Okay. It's time to create a new vehicle for that purpose. I'm going to one final vehicle this stream. We're going to be ending after this. It'll be the end of the stream. And isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun? Isn't that nice? I hope that is all those things that I just said. Okay. I want power. I want power, I want engines. I want more engines. I want all the engines that I can muster. I need some amount of fuel. I need a good amount of fuel. Asymmetrical, I don't want that. Let's go lower. In fact, get rid of the spring. What is this fucking spring doing here? This vehicle is not that kind of vehicle. Put this here. And also here. Let me add a large propeller for our propulsion. Right there. Need more floaties? Let's see now. A floaty. Put some floaties here. Also. Wait, no. One level down. Floaties here. Floaties there. And also floaties out this way. Because out this way, I'm going to use a storage. Is a regular tray gonna be big enough for this? Put them on their go tall wise. Only have 2 trays. Okay, 2 like that. And, do like a... These guys aren't gonna funnel this towards the middle, so something like a... I guess let's do like a wedge shape here. Make it so that these all channel the balls towards the two sides here. I went with heavy. That was probably a mistake. Let's add some more floaties here to counteract. It's not really how weight works. You can't just add... I guess these are lighter than... Well, they're lighter than water. They're buoyant. But you kind of have to make up for a lot. Let's see. I think this isn't quite it. I think that the dual grabbies is a bad idea. What we want, actually, engine power, there it is. I'll say I haven't messed around with color this whole stream. I'm not in the mood to fuck with color. Maybe I will be next time. Next week. Go. Get that. Like... let's say right here. Let's test this out. This looks pretty good. Let's go with that. And we'll call it the... water polo. Water horse. Water... soccer. What's the famous soccer Pele? Water Pele, I don't know. Is that how you spell Pele? I don't care. It's an original thing anyway. It doesn't have to actually be the name. Maybe I should have gone with some weapons as well. Is she just being a goalie? Oh shit, these things are not as buoyant as me. Okay. Little redesign. Small redesign. These things, move them down one. It might have 2 E's in it or something, I don't know. Maybe like a little accent sign. Not gonna worry about it. It can be peel. We need to push these all the way or else they're gonna get popped. Need at least 4 to win. I feel like what we actually need... Okay. This is a nice idea, but we need a little more. What we need is more of a pincer. Time to admit that. So, what we need to do here is take these... Wait. Take one of these at a time. Turn it sideways. Like this. Now place it out here. Connect this in a minute. First, though, make like a solid wall here that can, that can, prevent the, things from going through. Okay, now we just need a... Just need some of this, and... oh, there we go. And add at the bottom here a little extra scooping power. A little bit of an underscoop as well. Bit of a bottom situation. There we go. Call it a water beetle. No, it's kind of bug-like now. Water pincer. Sure, that's fine. My naming sense is all random. Is this big enough? This might not be big enough. Let's find out. little farther. Nearly there. All right. See now. Some panels in here. And there we go. All right, let's do it. I'll save this new version. And then, yeah. Again, this is a cool variant of this area. Let's do this mission, which is pretty okay. They should have more. I think there is like a later Jiggoseum that is this idea. Again, it's like flooded or something. But underutilized. Okay, this works. Not perfect. Honestly, I think it could use a little more. It could be a little larger because it seems like it's just barely large enough to get in its pincers, but only just large enough. Hope the volume has been good this whole stream. I gave it a little extra volume today than last time, just 2 scotches. I figured out what the hell. But, I will say sometimes when this music swells, I do, worry. I do worry that perhaps I was too kind. I'll say I've been to like shut out the noise of like outside kids. I've been listening to more white noise on my headphones when I have nothing else to listen to, because noise canceling or not, these things on their own, if it's just silence, they don't block out nearly enough of random little kid noises, but that plus some white noise does the trick. Hell, even just white noise in the apartment will manage to shut them out, which I appreciate. In particular, on account of I've been going through Star Trek Voyager, I've been listening to just like ambient Star Trek noise, like, you know, the sound of a ship going like beep, beep, beep. It's not bad. That kind of makes me think of the show I like. Wonder if that's like a subgenre of white noise content creation. You know, people making soundscapes that's like, oh, this is Battlestar Galactica. This is Star Wars Cantina. Crowd noise. This probably is a thing. There probably is an audience for that. Oh! There we go, we did it. We got the scuba seat. So that's why earlier dude said that, oh, you can't go in there. You can't go in there until you can breathe underwater. Kind of a dumb idea since we can get out of the water pretty quickly, but whatever. I'm gonna do this thing again. Let's drive somewhere nice and maybe go somewhere nice. I don't know. I'd like to find a nice place to sign off on. Oh, we should probably turn in the Jiggy. Should we turn in the Jiggy? Probably turn in the Jiggy. Probably a good idea. Let's turn in that Jiggy we just got. And I will end the stream shortly thereafter. It's been a long one. It is now 2 a.m. Yeah, just up past 2. I'll say we did get off to a very late start. I don't know if I mentioned up top or I was just like swept up in the moment so much that I forgot I had taken a bit to start. But basically there was just a bunch of... Basically, I took a nap like 10-20 minutes right before the stream. And then I realized like, well... And then I tried to get set up faster than I usually do. And eat dinner before as well, and that just didn't work out time-wise. It, too much in too little time, unfortunately. Not all that viable. Not all that doable, it turns out. Fine. Let me get to look at those. Not all that doable. And also I decided to change the stream music at the last moment, so that took a few minutes. Hope you like the new stream music from Sunshine, Mario Sunshine. Seemed like an appropriate pick for summer. I wanted to get the music from extended version of the music from what's it called? Yoku's Island Express. But unfortunately, it looks like no one's made extended versions of that I can just have as starting soon music, so Sunshine's great too. I love Sunshine, an ultimate summer game, after all. Can't go wrong with it. I don't know if we'll end every stream on this vista overlooking the center of the city, the Jiggy countdown there. So I guess if I place the camera just right, you can see, come to think of it. If you're wondering why I'm hanging off this thing, it's because the camera points really downwards unless I do this, hang off the thing. Look at that sight. You can see the Mumbo Jumbo balloon. You can see like the collector thing. You can the collection thing. There's bottles down there. There's Ghoul Haven in the distance for some reason. It's a nice place to end a stream. Folks, that's gonna do it. I'll be back on Friday for Super Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. Did like a extra long Thursday night stream last week. Don't intend on doing anything like that this week. Just gonna take it easy and hopefully catch up on some stuff, relax, that sort of thing. Hey, maybe I'll get in some exercise. That would be nice. Maybe I'll... Like there was something I was planning on doing on Thursday, but right now that's not quite jumping the mind. I have something. Oh yeah, I need to take my car to the dealership. Its registration is coming undone. I think I'll do that on Thursday. That sounds nice. I'll, go there a little before the end of work. That sounds good. Yeah. No, you gotta do that during the workday. That's the only time when there's not a big considerable wait. Yes. Okay. That's my plans for the rest of the week. I'll be back on Friday with viewer levels, and after that, there'll be another stream of this next week where I do more of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. We're gotten pretty far. I guess I don't know like where we are at as far as like when the last thing is opening. Hello glides, how you doing? I'm about to end. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah, your timing is unfortunate, but like I said, I'll be back next week, 8 p.m. Central, for more of this. Let me tell you again. Follow, like, subscribe, all that shit. If you wanna see it again. I'm gonna send you off somewhere. Let's see. Where can I send you? Oh, Judo is just sneaking on here to test. Okay, well, Judo probably doesn't want to raid then. Let's raid Judo anyway. Fuck it. Judo's testing something. That sounds fine. I'm just gonna send you over there. Judo's cool. I'm gonna open that myself. Like a no worries raid. Okay, well, I'll see ya on Friday for viewer levels, and if you're looking for more Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, that'll be next week. I think that the Terranium of Terror is coming up pretty soon here. I don't know how many Jiggies are required for that, but we have the items needed to go access it, so it should be coming up. And then after that, I guess the next thing to push for will be just more doors and the finale, which is there like a 75. We need 75 to get back to the finale. We're over halfway there. We're over halfway there, right? Yeah, that's 39 is over halfway to 75. We're over halfway through the game, so hey, maybe like 2 more streams. 2 more streams sounds good. We'll see how those go. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Whatever. I'll see you next time for whether it's viewer levels or Banjo-Kazooie or something else after that. I'll see you later, folks. Y'all have a good one.